Hey, you bet.
There we go.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to today's session, Introduction to Commercial Lending. My name is David Osborne on behalf of the Michigan Bankers Association. Welcome to today's session. Please, if you haven't printed out the PowerPoint presentation, I recommend you do so, and also grab a pen, a highlighter, so you can take notes right on the slides themselves. We're going to, if you'll turn with me to page number 2, is a bio on myself. I'm a business trainer, a contract CFO, and a college professor. I'm also a former commercial lender. Worked at Bank of America for about 9 years, but also worked at 2 community banks. Managed a commercial lending team at one point in time, and so forth. You'll notice at the bottom left-hand side of the page, I'm based in Las Vegas. I am starting, to get out on the road, if you will. Not as much as before the pandemic, but starting to get out a little bit. But most of my training is via the webinar based, such as today's presentation. Bottom left-hand side of the page, even further, you can see is my email address. If you would please circle or highlight that, dlosborne@cox.net. You'll notice my last name is unusual. Pardon me, instead of the more common Osborne with an ORN, it's Osborne with the URN. So DL Osborne, my initials DL, and then Osborne@cox.net. Today's session is going to be live interactive. So unlike some webinars that you may attend, that typically are shorter, hour and a half, 2-hour webinars, more of a straight lecture, today will be live interactive. So please, I encourage you, if you have a mic on your computer, use the audio. Some of you may not be able to do so, and we'll reserve the chat for just those individuals that cannot join us with the audio. But you'll have questions today. Please don't hesitate. If you've got questions, just don't blurt them out or stop me, or as we interact, ask questions. But I find that most questions arise not during the presentation, but typically a month from now, 6 months from now, you're working on a particular, a particular loan request. Don't hesitate to reach out to me. Send me an email. Just, I emphasize 3 items. Number 1, I keep everything confidential. Number 2, I don't charge for this. I consider it as an extension of today's presentation. And number 3, I do receive emails regularly, and I work with credit analysts, loan officers, you name it, to loan support individuals to help them, further in their knowledge of commercial lending. Now, for example, just yesterday, I interacted with 2 people that had attended some of my sessions in the last 6 months or so, and they had questions, totally diverse questions. One was dealing with the cash flow issue. Another was dealing with a business structure issue, meaning the borrower, the business borrower, the structure of their business. So totally diverse questions just yesterday. So please, please keep my contact information so that following today's session, that if you've got a question, don't hesitate, reach out to me. Now, if you'll move forward before we turn this page, we're going to do self-introductions. And I have the list of our attendees today. And there may be a few that have even joined us, but I'm going to start off. I'm going to call out your name. When I call out your name, just your first name, if you'd be so kind as to tell us what bank are you with, number 1. Number 2, what do you do in the bank? Not necessarily your title, but more your function in the bank. So number 1, what bank are you with? Number two, what do you do in the bank specifically? And then number three, where are you located relative to Lansing? We'll use Lansing kind of as a focal point, geographically. Are you over in Grand Rapids? Are you up in the UP, in Escanaba or Marquette? Are you in the Detroit market? Where are you at in Michigan? Okay, so your bank, what do you do in the bank? And geographically, where are you relative to Lansing? Okay, we'll start with Josh. Josh, if you're with us, if you'd please unmute yourself and give us your introduction, please.
My name is Josh Ball. I work for Nicolet National Bank up in Marquette, about 6 hours north of in the UP, 6 hours north of Lansing or so. I'm a commercial lender here at the bank, and I develop and maintain commercial relationships within the bank.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That was great. Samantha, how about you? Samantha, are you with us? If you are, if you can unmute and give us your introduction, please. Pardon me.
I'm Sam Butson, and I'm also with Nicolet National Bank. I am a credit analyst here, and I am located in Manistee, Michigan, about 5 hours north of Lansing in the UP.
Okay, you're also up in the UP. Okay. Thank you, Sam. And you go by Sam, right?
Correct.
Good. Thank you. And is it Leah? Is Leah with us?
Yep, it's Leah. Good morning. I am Leah Cooper Rigg. I'm with Dart Bank. After 7 years in HR management with the bank, I recently changed positions to a treasury management officer. So I also work with developing relationships with our commercial clients. I'm focused more on the deposit end, and then I have specific lending partners. I'm based out of Mason, Michigan, so just outside of Lansing, but my territory is pretty much all of the Lower Peninsula. So I travel a lot.
Okay, all right. And more on the treasury management, cash management. Great. And it's pronounced Leah, or how do you say it?
Leah.
Leah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. Leah, great. Thank you. And Spencer, are you with us, please?
Yes, I'm Spencer. I'm also at Nicolet National Bank, like Josh and Sam. I am a commercial credit analyst located in Marquette, Michigan. My office is 2 down from Josh, so
Okay,
in the same
all right.
area. And as a commercial credit analyst, I work on putting the credit requests together that Josh gives me and make it in a way that we can present it for approval.
Okay, great. Thank you, Spencer. Melanie, are you with us? Melanie, are you with us, please? Okay, how about Nick? Nick, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Nick Townsend. I work with Huron Community Bank. We are based out of East Tawas, Michigan. And I primarily...
And where is that located relative to Lansing?
East Tawas, we are on the northeast coast of the state. I don't know if you might be familiar with Bay City. We're about an hour north of Bay City.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, and I work business development within the bank. I sell treasury management services, and I am starting to get into lending.
Great.
Yep.
So also treasury management, lending. Good. Thank you. Heather, how about you? Heather, are you with us? Heather, if you can unmute and give us your introduction, please. Okay, Heather, and also Haley, are you with us, Haley? Haley, are you with us? If you are, can you unmute and give us your introduction, please? Okay. Haley, are you with us? Okay, so we're just to go back, just to see if people have joined in. Melanie, are you with us? If you are, if you can unmute And if you're not able to participate via the audio, once again, we'll reserve the chat for those individuals. So if you can't, if you know you've got either a technical problem or you don't have a mic on your computer, you can use the chat and we'll have you participate throughout the day with the chat. Melanie, I'm going to read the names again. See if you've joined us. Melanie, Heather, and Haley. Okay. Now here's an individual. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
This is Josh. Haley was talking. We can't hear her for some reason. She's on, but we couldn't hear her speaking.
Okay, thank you. And I just got the chat from her. Okay, we'll say Haley is in the chat. Just got a chat introduction. Nicollet National Bank, Treasury Management, also commercial banker. Okay, so Treasury to commercial lending, located in Marquette as well. Okay, great. So we've got several people from Marquette. Excellent. Thank you, Haley. And we'll consider Haley for now in the chat. If for some reason, and I've seen this many times, partly through the session, you're able to get your mic to work or change computers or call in on your phone, I'll have individuals that will shift from the chat to the audio. And the preferred is the audio, of course, but no problem being in the chat. Work with the people in the chat. Sometimes the entire class practically is in the chat, maybe one or two people in the audio. Today, it's the other way around. Okay, so we've got Haley. Thank you for that introduction. Treasury management, also commercial banking. Excellent. Okay, now, has anyone else joined us that I do not have on the list? So we may have had people sign up at the last, just kind of towards the end, and I don't have you on the list. If you have joined us, pardon me, if you'd be so kind as just to shout out either in the audio and or in the chat so that we know you're here and you can participate, and we'll have you join the class and I'll write down your name and information. Has anyone else joined us that we haven't heard from? We're waiting on Melanie and Heather, those two individuals, but has anyone else joined us besides Melanie or Heather? If you have,
Hey, David.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alex. I'm actually speaking. So Heather signed up for Chelsea State Bank, so I think she must have put her name down instead of mine. But this is Alex Smith from Chelsea State Bank, about an hour south of Lansing, I would say. And for me personally, I've worked in a lot of different functions in the bank, but relevant to this, I was in loan documentation and then did commercial credit underwriting. And now after a brief little stopover in treasury management, I've just actually this week was appointed to commercial loan officer.
Okay, so now pardon me, Alex, that's quite a variety. So thank you for that. So we'll change Heather to Alex. Good. And thank you for that introduction. Okay, so we've got Alex and Melanie. Just one more time, Melanie, if you've joined us, if you can go ahead. And once again, has anyone else joined us that I haven't shouted out your name or on the list, from the list? Has anyone else joined us?
Hi, David. My name is Dominic Kelly. I am with Lake Osceola State Bank. Melanie may be listed with Lake Osceola State Bank. She actually goes by Missy, but she is not able to attend. Her and Jenny were both signed up, but neither one were able to attend.
Okay.
But my name is Dominic. I am the commercial credit analyst for Lake Osceola State Bank. Prior to this, I was doing some of the internal documents and internal auditing within the commercial department. And I am slowly going to be transitioning over into commercial lending. We have our furthest branch south in Big Rapids, Michigan, but I actually work remotely right out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, about 45 minutes west of Lansing.
Great. Grand Rapids, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dominic, and thank you for joining us and the clarification. Okay, so anyone else? Anyone else? Great, and thank you for that. Excellent introduction. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. We'll move forward. If you'll turn with me to page number 3. Now, just a little housekeeping. We will take 2 5-minute breaks in the morning. We'll take 2 5-minute breaks in the afternoon. We'll also take a half-hour lunch starting right around noon your time, Eastern time. I'm in Pacific time in Las Vegas. And so I'm 3 hours difference, of course. Nevada is, the entire state of Nevada is the same as California, Pacific time. And so in the West Coast, primarily is Pacific, although some states have a combo of Pacific, Mountain time even, and so forth. So I'm in the Pacific time zone, if you would. Now, so 2 breaks in the morning, 5-minute breaks, 2 breaks in the afternoon, 5 minutes each, and then a half-hour lunch. Now, if you would write this down before we continue forward, we've got 7 areas we're going to cover today in our introduction to commercial lending. 7 distinct areas. Pardon me. The first, if you'll put down number 1, and you can put these at the top of your page if you would. You can squeeze that in. Number 1 is our introduction. Introduction. Number 2 is basic underwriting. Basic underwriting of the commercial loan. Section number 3 is full-scale underwriting, what I call full-scale underwriting. The basic underwriting is a credit score model that some banks use, some banks don't. But in my opinion, you should be aware of it. It's an option for smaller commercial loans. Number 1, introduction. Number 2, the basic underwriting. Number 3, full-scale underwriting. Number 4, industry comparisons and the spreadsheets. Industry comparisons and the spreadsheets. Section number 5. Section number 5 is the commercial loan process. Commercial loan process from A to Z. From A to Z. Commercial loan process. Section number 6. We have 2 mini case studies, what if scenarios, that I'll have you work on and answer the question, what do we do? So I think you'll find those interesting. 2 mini case studies, actual loan scenarios. And then section number 7, our last section, is marketing the commercial loan. So marketing of the commercial loan. Section number 1, intro. Section number 2, basic underwriting. Pardon me. Section number 3, full scale commercial underwriting, loan underwriting. Section number 4, that's section number 3, section number 4, industry comparisons in the spreadsheets or spreadsheet. Section number 5, the commercial loan process. Section number 6, case studies, the 2 case studies. And section number 7, marketing of the commercial loan. Okay, now, just 2 other little housekeeping items, and we'll move forward. Periodically, throughout the class today, we will also do what I call class shout outs. And that means they're mainly yes or no or questions, responses. And I'll have you just unmute yourself, or if you're in the chat, just type in yes or no and respond. So we'll do those periodically throughout the session. Also, we should conclude right around 3 o'clock your time, maybe a little discount. It is a Friday, so we may do a little discount a little early, but we will cover all the material. So now let's do our first class shout out. Everybody, I'm going to ask this question, then if you'd unmute and just shout it out, and Haley, if you'll just type it into the chat, yes or no. Do you work at a community bank? Yes or no? Everybody
Yes.
unmute, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And let's see, Haley says yes as well. Excellent, thank you, excellent. Okay, now let's move forward. This first section, introduction. How do you define commercial lending? Well, it's providing credit to businesses. And I would put off to the side of that in your notes, right there on that hard copy. Providing credit to businesses for today's purpose in a bank setting. I would add parentheses off to the side of businesses, parentheses in a bank setting. Look under the categorization. Large banks like Bank of America, where I worked, they will separate the commercial lending into distinct teams. So for example, you can see based off the annual revenue of the borrower, less than 5 million, less than 20, less than 50. So 0 to 5 million annual revenue. Between 5 million and 20 million, between 20 million and 50 million, over 50 million. You'll notice that I said 5 million. Commercial lenders, we use the Roman numeral system. So 1M is 1,000, 2M is 1,000,000. Now, if you see a V, that's 5, of course. An X is 10. An XX is 20. An L is 50 in Roman numeral system. A D is 500. And a C is 100. But 1M is 1,000, 2M is 1,000,000. If you read the Wall Street Journal or some other business publication and you see 1M, they usually mean 1,000,000, but that's not true Roman numeral system. It's not true. That's not. They've shown the M to, instead of writing out, 1,000,000, whatever, with all the zeros. In our world of commercial lending, we use the true Roman numeral system. So in a big bank, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, US Bank, they'll create these individual commercial lending teams. In a smaller community bank or even a regional bank, possibly, but definitely in a community bank, which you all are in. No, it's the commercial lenders. It's just one group. In fact, in a small community bank, it's not. They don't distinguish. Well, this is a commercial lender versus a mortgage lender. Pardon me, versus a consumer lender. No, you're just a lender because you do it all. When I was on your side of the table in the two community banks, they're small community banks. Loan goes to David. That's goes to the lender. Did one moment doing a HELOC, home equity line of credit, the next minute working on a mortgage, the next minute working on a commercial equipment loan for a local business. What about by the employee? Sometimes the commercial lending can be just divided, if you will, or categorized based off the FTE of the business, full-time equivalent headcount. FTE, full-time equivalent headcount, employee headcount. 10, less than 100, whatever. It's another criteria, if you will. Under number 2, granting of terms. What is credit? You grant terms because you provide that loan or line of credit with distinct terms within the bank. But even in industry, your clients, your borrowers will actually, pardon me, your borrowers will grant credit as well. It's called an account receivable. They make a sale, product and or service. They give their customers 30, 45, 60-day terms. Well, they become a lender. What? I put this off to the side of number 2. Please add this to your notes. Think in terms of your borrowers at your bank, your commercial borrowers right now, whether they're a plumbing contractor, a small manufacturer, a wholesaler, a contractor, general contractor, building contractor, doesn't matter. When they give terms, they make the sale and they say, well, you can pay us in 30, 45, 60 days, whatever. And they create those accounts receivable that we as a bank take as collateral to support the line of credit, for example. Well, your borrower is a lender. I would write that in your notes. Our commercial borrowers are lenders. What? Most commercial lenders go, what? No, we're the lender. They're the borrower. Oh, that's true. But think in terms of your borrower, that they are also a lender. They lend to their customers, and their loans are called accounts receivable, and we take them as collateral. And we hope that our borrowers collect on their loans, meaning their receivables, because that becomes a source of repayment to our commercial line of credit, for example. Wow. Providing credit to businesses down below in number 3. Pardon me, failure rate is high, even in the best economy. Even in the best economy. It is huge. There is failure rate with, and even big businesses. People think, well, big business, or they're insulated. Well, to a degree, but they're not completely removed from failure. We saw that especially back in 2008, 2009, the Great Recession. Wow. And people, even in a good economy, people, will die. People will get divorced. People will have personal problems. Wow. Later, during our session, we'll even talk a little bit about collections, collecting on the loan that goes bad, the commercial loan. So there's a little snippet in our commercial lending process at the end of the process that will address when there is a problem commercial loan. Pardon me. Look at the little statement at the bottom of this page. Family-owned businesses. Wow. Okay, let me ask Josh, do you bank any family-owned businesses up in Marquette? Josh, if you can
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Marquette, then the market there. Okay. Sam, how about in your world? Same, you're up in the UP?
Yes.
Yeah, you bank family-owned businesses. Okay, now look at this. These numbers are from multiple studies, and these are approximate. Wow, from the first to the second generation, less than 33% survive. Wow. Now, I want to emphasize, doesn't mean they all go under. They could actually sell for a profit, meaning the business. But there's a lot of transition from the first to the second generation, the family-owned business. You know, from the human side, a lot of it deals with the human side. Could be that the kids go, I'm not going to take over that business. That's boring. Or I was raised in the business. I'm burned out with that. Or, you know, or if maybe like, for example, maybe they're farmers. It's a farming operation. Oh no, that's antiquated. I've gone to college. I'm in high tech, or I'm in, you know, whatever in industry or whatever. I'm not going to run that farm. So the parents sell the farm. So it's not all negative. It's just transitory. It does transition, if you will, transition from generation to generation. And then 50% from the second to the third generation. But once again, I emphasize it's not always negative, can actually be positive. I've seen people in my career, not only as a former commercial lender on your side of the table, but as a CFO, even more so as a CFO today. I've had customers and I've seen businesses, family owned, where the decision is, you're better off, believe it or not, you're better off, pardon me, selling the business than giving it to the kids. And I've seen situations where, you know, mom and dad worked for 30 years or 40 years or whatever, built this business up, and they've got 3 adult kids, and maybe even 1 or 2 of them want to stay in the business, and they go, no, we're better off selling the business. We're better off as a couple, mom and dad, but we're even better off as an extended family financially, because they realize we don't think this 1 or 2 kids of our 3 kids can actually run the business that well. It's economically, we're better off just to sell out, as an example. I've seen that many times. Let's move forward. Still in our introduction, credit availability. Credit cards, lines of credit, bullet loans, all the way down to SBA products. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick activity here. Have you spend a couple minutes on this? Go through this list and highlight the products that your community bank provides. These are all commercial lending related products. Which of these products does your bank provide? Okay, but before we do so, let's clarify a few of these, because some of these you may go, well, I'm not sure what this is. Bullet loan, let's go to part C. Some of these are very self-evident, but few are not. If you put off to the side a bullet loan, it's a slang term for a short-term commercial loan. 90 to 120 days traditionally. 90 to 120 days. Okay. 90 to 120 days, all principal and interest due at the end of the 90 to 120 days. Sometimes the bullet loan is called a single pay loan because there's just one payment due at the end of 90 or 120 days. So it's a real short term for short-term needs of a business. Okay, let's define part F. F is a bridge loan between the construction and the permanent, if needed, to give the borrower time to lease up the building, for example, after the construction of the building. That's the bridge loan. Letters of credit we'll come back to, and of course, now part H is just the difference between conventional and SBA. Don't really worry about or concentrate on H, but what about the SBA products? do you have the 7A? Mainly for equipment financing or permanent working capital, 504 loan for commercial real estate, and of course the PPP during the pandemic, Paycheck Protection Program. Okay, take just a moment more, highlight each of these that you have in your bank. Okay. That you know of. You may have it, but you're not aware of it. Take just a moment more. I'm going to ask a few of you to tell us, do you have these? Or maybe even which ones do you may not have, which you could. Some of these you may not have available in your bank. Pardon me. Okay, Leah, we'll start with you. Which?
The
Go
only
ahead.
one that I'm unfamiliar with is the bullet loan. That's not something that I've heard before. Other than that,
Okay.
we offer all of the other ones.
You have all of these, but bullet loan, you're not sure. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, for whatever it's worth, when I was on your side of the table, Leah, as the commercial lender, I worked at a bank. We did all of these, including the bullet loan. And then all of a sudden, Bank of America bought us out and they cut it out. They said, oh, we're not gonna do any more bullet loans. The attitude from B of A was, if they don't qualify for a line of credit, for a full year, 12 months, whatever, we don't want to do it. We don't want to mess around with these little 90 to 120 day loans. Whereas the previous bank, we did them all day long. Wow. So Leah, you'll want to check that out. Wow, do we do these ever? Thank you for that feedback. Spencer, how about you? Spencer, in your
Yeah.
world, do you do
Yeah,
all of these, or do you have a few that are kind of missing, or you're not sure?
I've seen us do all of these, except I haven't necessarily seen a bridge loan personally, but I do believe we do them.
Gotcha. It kind of bridges between the construction and the permanent if needed. Thank you for that. Okay, Nick, how about you? In your world, do you do all of these, or are there a few that you're like, I'm not really sure, or maybe even say, oh, I know we don't do those?
Yeah, we do not do bullet loans. I think that we do bridge loans, but I'm not sure on that either. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure we do.
But you do letters of credit, right?
Yes.
Got it.
Yep.
And Nick, you did the PPP, right? During the
Yes.
era of COVID. Okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Okay. Well, let's go through each one of these quickly just to make sure we're clear on the product. Still in this introduction section. Credit cards, pretty obvious. Corporate credit cards. Now, some community banks don't provide them, but some do. For whatever it's worth, the two community banks I worked at, one we did not. The other one we did. The one that we did, we really used a third-party vendor. And the third-party vendor took and just put the name of the bank on the plastic on the card. And they actually did all the processing, and we got a fee for it because it was our clients. Line of credit, typical structure, 12 months interest only. 12 months interest only, pretty straightforward. Bullet loan, we've already described, 90 to 120 days, single pay. All principal and interest due at maturity. Let me give you an example of a bullet loan. You have a small retailer that comes to you and you have a $300,000 line of credit to this small retailer. And they say, well, and this is at the end of September, 1st of October. They say all indications this holiday season, primarily November, December, it's going to be a barn burner. It's going to be a strong season. And they say, would you please up our line, increase our line of credit from 300,000 to 500. You do the analysis and you're thinking, no, we can't do it. Sorry, we can't do it. Well, so what happens? They say, well, is there anything you can do? Well, we can do a separate bullet loan for 200,000 temporary, 90 to 120 days. So we have that come due the middle of January. Well, what happens? Middle of January, the first thing we want them to do right after the holiday season is they collect all their cash, pay down or pay off the bullet loan, and then start paying down, chip away real quick as possible on the line of credit. But as I mentioned, the example with Bank of America that took us over, bought us out, whatever, merged us. Their attitude was, oh, if you can't permanently increase, go from 300 to 500,000, permanent increase on the line of credit part B, we don't want to touch the deal. And we will not do a bullet loan, but some banks will. And it benefits the bank, benefits the borrower. From a marketing standpoint, it can be beneficial to your bank if it's done right. Underwrite and make sure you monitor it, meaning, hey, come middle of this example, 1st of October, end of September, 1st of October, boy, you put that bullet loan in place temporarily for 90 to 120 days. They follow through, they pay that off, and then they start paying down on the line. You may be fine. Equipment financing. Most common structure, 5-year fully amortized equipment loan. 5-year fully amortized. Commercial real estate. The construction on the commercial building. Okay. Let's use an example. Bob and Sue. Where are Bob and Sue located? They're located in Marquette, Michigan, right on Lake Superior, right in that area, but on the outskirts of town. Small manufacturing firm, ABC LLC, they own. Their CFO is by the name of Jane. Their CPA, their independent CPA is George. They've been in business for 15 plus years. They've been renting a building, office warehouse facility. Less than a mile away, all of a sudden there's a new industrial park built. And they think, oh, they negotiate, they're going to buy one of those buildings. But the building's not built. The developer says, oh, well, no, you got to go get your own construction. I'll build it. Well, I'm just doing the infrastructure. You get your financing in place, I'll build the building for you to specification. I mean, within reason, the buildings have to match. There's CCNRs, covenants, conditions and restrictions on the complex. But, you can, within reason, 10, 12,000 square foot building, little 2,000 square foot office up front and 10,000 square foot warehouse in the back for your manufacturing. So you finance the construction of the building. It's a $3 million loan or whatever it is, 3-4 million. You do the construction loan. What's the typical term? 12 months, 18 months at the most, probably 12 months. Now, when they get done with the building or the construction of the building, because it's what's called owner occupied. I'd write that down, please. It's owner occupied. Now, what does that mean? Owner occupied building is defined as follows. The building is occupied by the common ownership. Bob and Sue own the operating business, ABC LLC, the manufacturer. They also own XYZ LLC, which holds or owns the building. George, their independent CPA, recommends they don't put the building in the operating business name. No, have a separate LLC. Single asset LLC holds the building, leases it to their operating business. Who owns both businesses? ABC LLC, the operating business, the manufacturer. Who owns the building? XYZ LLC, Bob and Sue, 100%. And they're going to occupy at least 51% or more of the building. It's considered owner occupied. It lowers the risk to your bank. In this case, they probably occupy 100%, but they could have some other tenants in the building, the new building. Now, in this case, you would go directly from the construction loan to the permanent loan. Just roll the one right into the other. No need for the bridge loan. Bridge loan could be, 6 months, 9 months, whatever. There's no need for it, because as soon as the building is built and they have what is called the C of O, certificate of occupancy, C of O, certificate of occupancy, they move on in. And then you go from the construction, boom, right into the permanent loan. Switch it right over, or take the construction loan and just take it out with the permanent loan. So the construction loan, 9 months, a year, 18 months, whatever. What about the term of the permanent CRE loan, commercial real estate loan, CRE for short? The typical structure, 20 due in 5 on the permanent, 20-year amortization with a 5-year call or balloon. At the end of the first 5 years, it's all due. It's all due and payable in theory. If we stay with the relationship, we just roll it over. We just roll it over for another 5 years, adjust the interest rate, especially with interest rates doing what they are doing today. Increase. Saw it this week. Okay, now let's shift ABC LLC to a totally different business. Bob and Sue are the owners. Jane is the CFO. George is the independent CPA. Then they're in the Marquette area. Instead of being a small manufacturer, ABC LLC is a commercial real estate developer. And they have 10 buildings in the UP. They have a couple in Marquette. They have a couple up in Houghton. They have one in Escanaba. They have one in Gladstone. You're going like, how do I know all those towns? How did I know all those towns in the UP? Any idea? How did I know all those towns in the UP? For those that are in Marquette, I used to live in the UP, believe it or not. You're going, no way. Oh, yes, I did. I lived in Escanaba. Moving right along, you're going like, what? What? Yes. Moving right along, here we go. They have 10 commercial buildings scattered around the UP. Now, they're not a manufacturer. So they put up a new building. And let's say they put up a new professional medical building, not far from, it's not brand new, but newer hospital in Marquette area. There's a newer hospital. Is that a true statement, Josh? You have a newer hospital in Marquette. Is that true? Josh, is that true?
Yes.
You bet. So they've got this medical building near the new hospital. Okay. Now, they've got this building. It's a 10,000 square foot building. The first one that's going to be split into about 5 suites, roughly 2,000 square feet each. The first is going to be a general practitioner or whatever. And these are simply just the medical offices, pretty close, just across the street from the hospital where the doctors practice, whatever. You got a general practitioner, you've got a podiatrist, you got all these different medical professionals in that area. Okay, some practice in the hospital as well, but it's in that medical section of town. Now, you finance the construction of the building. 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, you name it. Now, in that case, are you going to go from the construction right into the permanent? No. You're going to most likely need Part F, the bridge loan. Now, why would you need the bridge loan? Well, to give ABC LLC, the commercial real estate developer, time to do what? To construct the building and then do what are called the TIs, or tenant improvements, on the building. The retrofit, if you not retro, that's like it's already been built. No, the fitting of the 5 suites. The only major restriction is the restrooms in each of the 5 suites must be in the same location in each of the suites, because it's based off the plumbing of the building. But besides that, there is some freedom as to, what type of, layout as far as individual suites, if you will. So the bridge loan goes between, in this case, in this example, between the construction and the permanent loan. Owner occupied, no need for the bridge loan traditionally. Investment type property like this, which is called income producing property versus owner occupied, you'd need the bridge loan to give time to do the tenant improvements for each of the 5 suites. Moving right along. Letters of credit. 2 types of letters of credit. Standby, or another word for standby is irrevocable. Pardon me. Irrevocable letter of credit, or standby. Okay, let's illustrate this one. Typically, they're good for 1 year as far as the term. But what is it? Let me ask before we continue. Have you touched a standby or irrevocable letter of credit? Let me ask a couple of people in our class. Haley, if you can tell us in the chat, have you touched a standby or irrevocable letter of credit? Have you seen one of these in so far in your bank? Okay, you can tell us. Oh, yes, just one. Okay, good. Thank you. Alex, have you ever touched a standby or irrevocable letter of credit?
Yeah, I'm familiar with standby letters of credit.
Okay, good. Thank you. Dominic, how about you? Over in Grand Rapids, have you touched, or do you work with standby or irrevocable letters of credit?
Oh, yeah, we most certainly deal with them.
Okay, great. Excellent. So some of you, it's newer. Some of you, I've done a ton of them. Now, what is it? Well, let's shift ABC LLC from the commercial real estate developer back to the small manufacturer right outside of town in Marquette. Okay. All of a sudden, Jane, the CFO, gets this letter from the local power company. And the letter says, and basically the letter says in so many words, we need you, ABC LLC, to go to your bank and have your bank issue us a standby or irrevocable letter of credit. Same thing, standby, irrevocable, for $5,000. And in the letter, it says, the reason why it's $5,000 is because your average power bill payment is $5,000 per month, is $5,000 per month. Okay. So Jane approaches you, says, we got this weird, when she first clears it with Bob and Sue, hey, we got this request. Oh, go to the lender, go to the bank. No problem. Work on that. Now, she approaches you, Jane, the CFO. You say, oh, no problem. We'll process that. It's a 4-step process. Number 1, Your bank issues a physical letter. And in the letter, it says that there's verbiage that says this is a standby or irrevocable letter of credit. And it says in no uncertain terms, if ABC LLC misses their monthly power bill payment, the power company can go to your bank, hold their hand out, and say, we need our $5,000. So your bank, it's irrevocable because your bank is stepping up. Oh, it's committing to it. It's called standby also, because it just sits there. We hope it is never, ever drawn upon. If it is, that means ABC LLC, the manufacturer, they haven't made their monthly power bill payment. And you may say, well, isn't $5,000 a little high? Well, it is, but keep in mind, it's a manufacturing operation, use a lot of power, a lot of juice. So number one is the actual letter in the 4-step process. Number two, we have Bob and Sue sign a promissory note, but we don't board it on the system typically. So we don't fund it. It's hopefully never funded. We also, as part of step number two, have Bob and Sue sign personal guarantees for $5,000. Step number three, we secure the letter of credit with cash. We have ABC LLC give us $5,000 in the form of a bank CD or savings account, and that's pledged to support or collateral to support the note, the promissory note. So step number three is cash secured. Step number four, step number four, instead of tying up the cash, Jane, the CFO, says, well, in my previous company I was at, we had one of these, and the bank allowed us to do what? Reserve the $5,000 off of the line of credit we had, part B up above. And let's say, just for practical purposes, we have a $500,000 line of credit to ABC LLC. It's a good sized local manufacturer. They'll have 50 or 70 and 50, 60, 70 employees. $500,000 line. $750,000 equipment loan and a $3 million permanent CRE loan on the building, as an example. So what do? Step number four, we can do what is called, the slang term is called, and I'd add this to your notes, is called a carve out. What does that mean? We reserve $5,000 off of the $500,000 line of credit. So on a practical basis, they can only use $495,000 because we blocked out $5,000 on the line. Now, before they do that, Jane, the CFO, gets approval from Bob and Sue, and Sue says, well, what's our average usage on the line again? Jane says, well, typical average usage is about, of the 500 is about 250 to 300,000. What's the max we've ever had? Bob says, well, we pushed up to about 400. They look at each other and say, now let's do it. Reserve the $5,000 off the 500, no problem. Okay. We hope that this letter of credit is never drawn upon. Let's go to the commercial. Okay, before we do commercial, if you'll add this to your notes, another word for commercial letter of credit is called an international letter of credit. Okay, Josh, do you do any international banking in your bank? Any international in any way, shape, or form? Josh?
I have not, but I believe I have not. I don't, I guess I shouldn't speak for the bank.
Okay, no problem. Sam, how about you? Have you seen any international at all?
I have not seen any international.
No problem. No problem. Usually they're going to be in a larger bank. But let's do this before we go into commercial / international letter of credit. Let's shift ABC LLC again from a manufacturer to a party rental company. They dominate the UP. They even go down to Traverse City. They even go down below the bridge. Whoa. Now, a little bit. They rent out tables, chairs, tablecloths, you name it. Twice a year, they purchase those little white wooden chairs that most of us sat in, either indoor, outdoor, weddings, wedding receptions, you name it. Okay, Leah, have you ever sat in any of those little white wooden chairs at a wedding reception or some sort of a function?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you've sat in them, you bet. Okay, Spencer, where are those chairs manufactured? And the hint is it's not in the US. Where are those chairs manufactured, most likely?
Oh, I would
Overseas.
guess, over in Asia.
Pardon me again?
I would guess overseas, China, Vietnam.
China.
Somewhere like that.
China, you hit it. You hit it. 200 miles inland from Shanghai. Shanghai is the huge port city on the Pacific Ocean, China. 200 miles inland is the manufacturing town. Approximately twice a year, ABC LLC imports those little white wooden chairs, and the shipments are about 30,000 a piece. Well, they've been dealing with a particular manufacturer for several years. Now, all of a sudden, it's a different manufacturer. By the way, when they get those chairs in, they don't keep them all. They broker them to other party rental establishments. They even have some relationships in the northeast of the US and even a few in the Chicago market where they broker. So they're making money and, on the chairs, not just to rent, but a certain portion. That's a whole other concept. They sell off to some other party rental. Now, those chairs are manufactured. Now they've got a new manufacturer who insists. He says, we need a commercial or international letter of credit. We don't have a relationship with you guys. Okay, no problem. Now, ABC LLC works or banks with your community bank. You're not able to handle this international trade or transaction. But through your correspondent bank, you can. Your correspondent bank is Wells Fargo or US Bank or one of the big US banks. Correspondent bank more often than not provides servicing for your community bank. Your systems, multiple aspects of service, including if you need a commercial or international letter of credit for one of your clients. Okay, now, typically in that line of credit, let's say ABC LLC party rental company, you have a $500,000 line of credit to them. They're a big operation. Not only do they not dominate the UP and part of the lower part of Michigan, the upper part of lower part of Michigan, but as I mentioned, boy, they broker to other places. So they're quite an operation. You put in your loan write-up or credit memorandum. They can, in the $500,000 line of credit, up to $75,000 can be used to support letters of credit. Well, they're primarily commercial or international. The shipments are 30,000 roughly, as I mentioned. You asked Jane, how often do you do this? A couple of times a year. Is there ever a time where you have two out at the same time? Oh yeah, we do. So 30 times 2, 60, yeah, we'll bump it up to 75,000 just to keep it simple. So we don't have our hands tied as a bank or their hands tied during the next year. Now, Unlike the standby letter of credit, the commercial or international letter of credit, we want it to be drawn upon because it facilitates the trade. If you add this to your notes, the chairs go one way, the letter of credit goes, the letter of credit goes one way, the chairs go the other. The letter of credit goes one way, the chairs go the other. Part of the documentation, besides our regular loan documentation, is called bills of lading. Bills of lading, L-A-D-I-N-G, bills of lading. Now, you're all in community banks. You may say, oh, well, we don't have any international. Dominic, look, watch this coming week, Dominic. Well, in Grand Rapids, all of a sudden, one of your good customers calls you up or goes into the bank and says, Dominic, I know this is a weird request, but we need to do a commercial or international letter of credit. All I beg of you to do, each of you to do this, is simply just communicate or contact your correspondent bank, because chances are they will have an international department or will be able to help you facilitate this transaction, if you will. Now, of course, we don't do any of these services, any of these products without a fee, typically without some sort of a fee, including letters of credit. Typical fee on the standby or irrevocable letter of credit, 2%. Commercial could be 2%, but then there's other fees that go along with it. One last comment, we'll move forward. One last comment on the chairs. We take a UCC1 filing, Uniform Commercial Code filing, as collateral, which we'll talk about later in the process of commercial lending, on those chairs, on the inventory. We want to make sure the chairs get to the warehouse, Bob and Sue's warehouse facility on the outskirts of Marquette. There are 4 inspection points. The first inspection is when it leaves the dock from the manufacturer 200 miles inland from Shanghai, the coast, the port, huge port city. The second inspection is at Shanghai, put onto the ship, goes across the Pacific. Where does it land? Where on the West Coast is the most likely port that it would land, the ship would land? Nick, take a stab at it, please. Where on the West Coast of the US do you think the most likely? Where on the West Coast would the most likely place be where the ship would land, with the barge or the ship, whatever, with those chairs? Nick, just throw out a city on the West Coast. Go ahead.
California.
California, but you're right. But where in California? Just take a stab at it.
San Francisco. I don't know.
San Francisco, probably 70 years ago, would be true. But most of the commerce in the San Francisco Bay Area now is in Oakland. A lot of the warehouse facilities in San Fran are now tourist, like Fisherman's Wharf and so forth. For whatever's worth, I'm a native Californian. For whatever's worth, my father was career military, so we lived everywhere, but including the Bay Area. But San Francisco years ago, now it'd be Oakland, but that's not the biggest. Haley, any idea where in California? Where in California? What port city? Huge, multi-billions flow through this port in California hourly, not daily, hourly, billions of dollars. And what we saw with the supply chain issue several months ago, the ships were all out right outside of this port. Okay, Haley's responding already. San Diego, good guess, not San Diego. Long Beach, California. Long Beach, California, Los Angeles area. Long Beach is in LA County. I happened to grow up partly 15 minutes from Long Beach, a place called Torrance, California. You're going like, man, you lived everywhere. Yeah, because my father was career military. We lived everywhere. Okay, now it goes to the port there. And then they put it on a truck and they truck it to the UP. Absolutely. Okay, now let's move to part H. Conventional versus SBA, Small Business Administration. Most of your commercial lending, I would say, is just conventional, it's just regular. Okay, let me ask, we're going to do a class shout out here. Everybody unmute yourself, and Haley, if you'd please type into the chat. Yes or no, have you ever touched an SBA product? Yes or no, please. Shout out, everybody unmute, yes or no.
Yes.
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 Okay, excellent. Boy, that's a lot of yeses. Not yet, Haley says, good. I like that, not yet. Okay, now, as I mentioned earlier, the 7A is primarily for program, equipment, or permanent working capital, 504 for commercial real estate, and the PPP, of course, during the pandemic, Paycheck Protection Program. Okay, I'm going to ask Alex, did you work on the PPP loans when it was about a year and a half ago, whatever, year ago? Boy, time flies. But Alex, did you work on the PPP at all?
Absolutely.
Oh, every day. Do you want to ever hear that acronym again in your life? Yes or no, Alex?
Not in my lifetime.
Oh, I love it. Most lenders. Now, keep in mind, I can relate with you, Alex. I can relate with each of you. If you worked on the PPP, although I was not on your side, I was of the table. I was on the borrower, the CFO, working with small businesses. And while you were pulling your hair out, I was pulling my hair out. Why? Because of the rigmarole and all that. Oh, man. Trying to get it put in place, and then help the lender process the forgiveness portion, the forgiveness portion, or the entire loan, and so forth. I'm with you, Alex, on that. Let's move forward, please. Now, we've done this. We're still in our intro. Credit, credit, credit. How important is credit to the business owner? It is huge. Even with a commercial loan or line of credit, we look at the credit score, the FICO score for Bob and Sue, because it's a direct indication of how they handle their personal credit, how they will handle their business credit. Now, you can run an Experian report, which is almost like a credit report on a business. You could run a D&B report, Dun & Bradstreet report on a business, and so forth. But most commercial lenders, even with sizable credit relationship, we still look at that personal credit as an indication of how they're going to handle their business credit. Turn forward if you would. Now, section number 2. We'll do section number 2. And of course, it doesn't match up to these numbers. I've got them separate because it's a little different. But section number 2, the basic underwriting, we'll do this, and then we'll take our first break in just a few minutes of the morning. Now, once again, personal credit, business credit report. But business credit report is not as common for a commercial lender. Let's emphasize the personal. Off to the right of A, underneath A, personal to the right of that, please. If you put in your notes, FICO, F-I-C-O, Fair Isaac Corporation. This is the credit score system. Most Americans have a FICO score. The low on the scale is 300. The high is 850. The low is 300. The high is 850. Okay, Dominic, what is the typical scores that you see there in the Grand Rapids, no names mentioned, but in your market, what is the typical score you see?
So typically, I'm not pulling an actual FICO. The program that we use is pulling an Experian and an Equifax.
Gotcha.
And so I'm I'm using those two and whatever other information that I can gather from that report.
Okay. Okay. So you're not seeing that. Thank you for that feedback. Josh, how about you? What do you see as far as a typical in your area?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's all over the map.
No,
I mean,
but
it
but
really is
but
all over
what's
the
your
map.
what's your common for your commercial borrowers? 680, 700, 720, you know, what?
I'd say 720 to 750.
Okay, got it. For whatever it's worth, I'd add this to your notes. Thank you for that feedback, both of you. The average score, average American, this is as of a week or so ago, I looked this up, was about 714, somewhere in the low 700s. And each market's a little different. I was training in a different state, a different market just recently, and they were a little lower than 720. They were more high sixes, low sevens.
Would that be for the FICO?
And
Correct?
that's the FICO. Yes, Dominic, that's the FICO. Yes.
So the FICO scores typically run a little higher than the actual like Experian and Equifax.
Yep. You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Because
You're
mine are
right.
typically in the mid to high 600s. I'd say
Gotcha.
675 to 690 for the actual credit scores.
Good. Good. Okay. Good. So you're right. They do run a little higher. Okay. Now, what if Bob's FICO score is 780? What if Sue's is 810? Sam, would you be going, oh, that's good? Would you say that's good?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, you'd say, hey, that's pretty good. The high is 850, 810, that's getting up there. Okay, now let's go to the credit score model down below. First off, before we go into the components off to the side of credit score, if you will please put in your notes, usually when a bank does this process, this basic commercial loan underwriting, it's only up to $100,000. So this is intended for a line of credit, equipment loan, something not commercial real estate. And it's smaller. It's only up to $100,000, the credit score. Okay. But the reason why the bank would do this is to be more efficient. Instead of having you spend an outrageous amount of time doing a full loan write-up and so forth, full underwriting with financial statements, tax returns, so forth. Let's say it's a $75,000 equipment loan. Run it through the score process instead of doing full underwriting, so that it gives you as the credit analyst / loan officer time to work on a $750,000 equipment loan instead of the $75,000. This is how it works, the model. You are the credit analyst. You have your loan officer. She interacts with Bob and Sue, Jane. She goes out and meets with them. Let's say they are a smaller manufacturer in the Marquette area, and they wouldn't qualify even for $750,000. No, well, we just need 75,750. We just need 75,000 equipment loan. Okay, well, we'll run it through the score process. She brings a commercial loan application out to Bob and Sue and Jane. Jane fills it in while they meet in their conference room or their office. This is how it works. The first thing is this: in the loan application, there are 5 questions, and these are the common ones. There's could be some others, but common. And And it's just, and Jane says, well, should I just do this? I can just handwrite it. Oh yeah, handwrite it in. And then eventually at the end, Bob and Sue are going to sign it, the loan app. Question number 1. How long has the business been in operation? How long? If it's 18 months, well, eventually when it's run through the system back at the bank, that's going to give so many points. If it's 18 years, more points, of course. How long has the business been in operation? Number 1. Number 2, what is the FTE, of the business, full-time equivalent employee headcount? We talked about earlier. If it's 10 employees, okay, they'll have eventually so many points when it's run through the system. What about if it's 100 employees? Whoa, that's obviously a whole different level. Question number 3 and answer number 3. What is ABC LLC's annual revenue? What is their annual revenue? Bob blurts out, well, it's $500,000. What if it's 5 million? Whoa, there's a big difference. Question number 4. And these are just some of the typical in this loan application, in this credit scoring process. Question number 4. What is Bob and Sue's personal liquidity? What is Bob and Sue's personal liquidity? Nearest to cash, stocks, bonds, so forth. Number 5. What is Bob and Sue's adjusted net worth? Well, what do you mean by that? Well, on the loan application, there's a little balance sheet. It shows assets, liabilities, net worth for them personally. Jane says, oh, I can fill that in. I just completed an updated financial statement for them personally. The CFO, Jane, says that. So she takes it out of her cadenza and just kind of writes it in. Well, she hands the loan application to your loan officer. Your loan officer, she looks it over. Okay, Bob and Sue signs it. She's out the door. She brings it back to your bank. You're the credit analyst. She hands you the loan application. Said, hey, and it says 75,000 equipment loan request, da, da, da. Hey, would you process this? Well, what do? The first thing you would do as the credit analyst, if you have not run credit, and of course, by having this loan app, you now have authorization because the verbiage in there says that you can actually you can run their credit. You run their credit, their FICO scores, okay, on your regular system. Then you turn around on a separate software program. You take their scores, 780 and 810 we talked about earlier, and you plug 780 and 810 into this separate software. And then you add the answers to those 5 questions. How long has the business been in operation? What's the FTE, and all the way down to number 5. And when you get to number 5 and you look and it says, oh, their net worth is $2 million personally, Bob and Sue. But when you look over to the left in the asset column, it says, oh, one of the main assets at the very bottom and other is ABC LLC, $1 million. Well, what do? You go over to the 2 million and you take off the million. It's the adjusted or tangible net worth. Because if you're going to lend to the business, you're not going to give them credit for the ownership of the business. So when you plug it into your system, you plug in net worth of $1 million, not the 2 million that they show on the application. You run the score. One of these programs, if you have 160 points or more, you automatically approve the $75,000 line of credit or equipment loan. No financials, no tax returns, no full scale commercial loan underwriting. It's quick, it's efficient. One of the vendors that will work with community banks nationwide is FICO. It's the same company. They're already in the system, so to speak. So they've branched out beyond this. But what if you were at Wells Fargo or US Bank or Chase or any big bank in America? They don't pay the FICO or some vendor. They do it internally. Essentially, all of them do. In fact, Wells Fargo has perfected this credit scoring of a commercial loan or line of credit, not up to 100, which is usually what the max is, but they've perfected it up to $1 million. You're going like, what? Now, some banks have perfected it beyond the 100, maybe up to 500,000, but they say, well, above 100, we want to, we want 2 years of tax returns. We want to take a little peek at those numbers. But some haven't. Wells Fargo up to $1 million, but don't shed a tear for Wells, in my opinion. Meaning like, wow, they're taking all this risk. No, they've been doing this for over 25 years. They perfected it. They can prove to the regulators that out of 100 deals, maybe one will go bad. 2 or 3 additional will run past due, and the rest will never run past due. Because in my opinion, their model is adjusted such, they're skimming the cream right off the top of the market, and A+ paper, if you will. Leah, questions on this? Any questions on credit scoring?
Not for me.
Got it. Spencer, any questions on this?
Nope, all good here.
Got it. Now let's turn forward. Full scale commercial lending, section number 3 of our 7 sections. Before we go into this, let's take our first 5-minute break. My recommendation is keep your system up. I wouldn't go in and out of Zoom. My experience is if you just keep it up, you can mute yourself, but keep it up. Just keep the system up. And then we come back, it's much easier. With that, thank you, everyone. Excellent participation. Talk to you in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We'll take just a moment and get started. Welcome back, though. Okay, Nick, would you do our sound check for us just to make sure the system is up and running, please?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you, Nick, for doing that. Okay, full scale commercial lending, underwriting. First off, just a real quick on accounting basics. Of course, here we obtain the financial statements, the tax returns of the financial statements, typically 3 year ends plus an interim statement. Year end 19, year end 20, year end 21, and interim, say 3/31 of 22. We also obtain from the business the tax returns, but they're no interim. It's just year end 19, 20, 21. And of course, the individual or personal for Bob and Sue, our make-believe couple, 19, 20, and 21, plus all their schedules and so forth. Now, of the 4 financial statements, the 2 that we use most readily in our full-scale commercial loan underwriting is number 1, income statement, otherwise known as the P&L, profit and loss, and number 3, the balance sheet. If you'll highlight those 2, please. Now, if you'll turn forward, what about the level of reporting, the quality? The previous page are the 4 different types of financial statements. Of the 4, the 2 that we use most readily, income statement and the balance sheet, to do our key ratio analysis, our cash flow modeling, and so forth, which we'll do momentarily. But before we do so, pardon me, what about the quality of the reporting? Company prepared is the lowest level. Okay, then we have, in fact, I would put off to the side of company prepared number A1, QuickBooks, the most common accounting software for small to medium-sized businesses. Some commercial lenders make this mistake, though. They bash QuickBooks. It's not QuickBooks that we should be concerned with. QuickBooks as an accounting software is state of the art. For whatever it's worth, not only do I train the bankers regularly, but I train the CPAs as well, and attorneys and other groups. In fact, I train the CPAs in Michigan. In a week and a half from now, I will be doing a series of webinars training for the CPAs in Michigan. Well, CPAs are very in tune with QuickBooks. It's not the software that we need to be concerned with. Once again, it's who's using the software. What is their knowledge or experience in correctly using QuickBooks? Company prepared financial statements can be challenging. The balance sheet may not balance, for example. CPA compiled, higher level. This is where Jane, the CFO, will email the QuickBooks that she's prepared to George, the independent CPA. George will compile it or put it in his form, put a big disclaimer on the front and say, well, here it is. But most CPAs, when they issue a compilation or compiled financial statement, will at least correct a few errors here and there. So it's a higher level. What about reviewed? This is where George, the independent CPA, will go out to ABC LLC and he will quote unquote camp out for a week in their conference room and review the working papers, the internal documents, if you will, the information that goes into the financial statements. He's reviewing also their process of accounting per GAAP, GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. That's why it's called a reviewed financial statement, reviewing the books and their process per GAAP. What is an audit? George, the independent CPA, will go out to the office to ABC LLC, camp out for a week, He'll review the books per GAAP, but he'll also, and I'd add this to your notes next to audit, not only will he review the books per GAAP, but he will send out confirmation letters. He'll send a letter to your bank confirming all deposit and all loan relationships and balances as of the audit period or date, say 12/31 of 21, this last year end. He'll also send out confirmation letters to ABC LLC's companies on the receivable side and on the payable side. Receivable side and payable side. He'll also send out a confirmation letter, George will, the independent CPA, to the company's attorney or attorneys. And he wants them to sign off. Is there any litigation or legal matters facing the company? Yes or no? No, they're done. They sign it, send it back. If it's yes, please describe what litigation, what legal matters are impacting the company. And then in that confirmation form, it will say, attorney, in your legal opinion, could these matters, these legal matters or issues in a material way negatively impact ABC LLC? Some attorneys don't want to sign those letters, of course, because they're putting their necks on the line. But that's what an audit is, full scale. Okay, let me ask, Haley, what is the common level of reporting that you see? What is the common level of reporting that you see, meaning accounting level? If you'll tell us, do you see mainly company prepared financial statements? Do you see any compiled, reviewed audit? What's your typical for full scale commercial lending? Once again, if it's credit score, we covered right before the break. No, we're not concerned with, we're really not concerned with any of this because we don't collect these. We don't need to. It's all mechanized, if you will. But our traditional full scale commercial lending underwriting, oh no, we need to know this. Okay, Haley says, from the limited time I've been in, company prepared. Thank you, Haley. Mainly company prepared. Alex, how about you? What's your typical? Is it company prepared? Do you see any compilations, reviewed, audit? Alex, what about in your world?
So, I mean, company prepared is probably most common, but we're not real apt to write, too many large deals just off of that. And we don't want to see only that. So those are fine, just kind of as a quick look or on an interim basis while we're waiting for more official. So I would say we get those, but really we like to go higher up. So compilation is probably our most preferred. So I would say we probably get those. And then we do have reviewed here and there, audit, not so many of those.
Got it. Thank you. And Dominic, how about you in your world? In your area, what type of reporting do you see?
Typically it's company prepared, but we're kind of across the board with all four. But
Got it.
We definitely are looking for some sort of official tax return of some sort.
Good. Now that brings up a concept, Dominic, that is very important. I'd put this at the bottom of this page, everyone. Some commercial lenders, let me back up. Most commercial lenders will collect tax returns, and some won't even really look at much of the company prepared, especially because they're saying they're a little leery on the accuracy. They'll use the tax returns to do the full scale underwriting, which we're going to do in just a moment, the key ratios, cash flow modeling. And the reason why they do that is because they say, we can hang our hat as a bank. We believe that we can hang our hat on the numbers of the tax return for the small to medium-sized business borrower, commercial borrower, more than the company prepared, because George, he signs off on that tax return. Whereas Jane does not sign off. No one signs off on the company prepared traditionally. Not really, not really. And so a lot of commercial lenders say, we're going to use that tax return even above or beyond, or above and beyond A1, if you will, company prepared financial statements. Kind of interesting. Moving right along. Thank you for the feedback there. Okay, now we take the financial statements, primarily the income statements and the balance sheets, and we do our key ratio analysis in our full scale underwriting. Now we'll keep this light for today for whatever it's worth. I provide for the Michigan Bankers Association, MBA, I provide a full day class on key ratio analysis where we crunch the numbers, analyze the numbers, and so forth. In fact, that's coming up on July 15th, this coming month. We're going to be doing key ratio analysis, full day class on Friday, July 15th, key ratio analysis. So today we'll keep it light. That on the 15th of July, this coming month, boy, we'll do more in depth and we'll actually crunch the numbers. Grab your cell phone, your calculator or separate calculator or Excel and crunch the numbers. Today we'll keep it light though, because this is just part of this huge panoramic of commercial lending or topic of commercial lending. Liquidity. We're going to now cover in these key ratios what is called the LAYLOC model. If you'll circle or highlight L for liquidity, and then down below A for activity, you'll turn with me to the next page. If you'll highlight or circle L for leverage, O for operating performance, and C for cash flow. Okay, now it's called the LAYLOC model. It's just simply the acronym LALOC or LAYLOC. All right, now let's go back. Let me give you the definition of liquidity, and then I'll give you just one of the key ratios in this section. Liquidity is defined as the company's ability to service its short-term obligations. The company's ability to service its short-term or less than 12 months obligations. Another way to define liquidity is the nearest to cash, the nearest to cash. Okay, the nearest to cash. Here's one of the common key ratios in this area, the current ratio. Current ratio is defined mathematically. Current assets divided by current liabilities. Current assets divided by current liabilities. From the balance sheet, we take the current assets divided by current liabilities. Okay, now, if you put off to the side of that 2.0, you have, let's just make believe you're this borrower, proposed borrower, this company has a current ratio of a 2.0. Well, how do you interpret that? For every $2 of current assets, there's $1 of current liability. For every $2 of current assets, there's $1 of current liability. Now, there's an old-fashioned rule of thumb on this one. Some of these have an old-fashioned rule of thumb, some don't. But there's an old-fashioned rule of thumb that says, if you have a current ratio of 2.0 or higher, you have strong liquidity. You have a current ratio of 2.0 or higher, you have strong liquidity. But that's not necessarily true. What is more important than an old-fashioned rule of thumb? The two general rules of thumb in our key ratio analysis. On the top right-hand side of this page, if you'll please put rule number one, general rule number one, self to self. self to self. What do you mean by that? Year end 19, year end 20, year end 21, 3/31 of 22, the first quarter end, interim period, self to self. General rule number 2 on the top right hand side of the page, if you put a number 2, general rule number 2, self to industry, self to industry. We're going to look at industry comparison, some sources. Let me give you a real common one. Some of you may even use it already. It's called RMA, Risk Management Association, or RMA, Risk Management Association. So now, going back to the current ratio of 2.0, what if you have ABC LLC, pardon me, the manufacturer? And what if 3/31 of 22, the interim period, was a 2.0 current ratio? You may be tempted to say, oh, they've got strong liquidity, because it's the old-fashioned rule of thumb is 2.0 or higher, strong liquidity. But if you go to the top right-hand side of your page, general rule 1, self to self. You look at year end 19, their current ratio is a 3.0. Year end 20 drops to 2.5. Year end 21 drops to 2.25. First quarter of 22, 3/31 of 22 drops to 2.0. Self to self, they have deteriorated on the chin. They've deteriorated on the chin. What about general rule number 2, self to industry? What if the industry average is 2.4? Well, they started way above it at 3.0. But now, for the first quarter of 22, they're at a 2.0. They're now below the industry. So general rules are one thing in my mind, but the two, just, let me rephrase that. Old-fashioned rules of thumb are one thing, but what is more important? The 2 general rules of thumb. Let's go to activity. Defined as follows: the turn factors, swing factors from the operation of the business. Turn factors or swing factors. 3 calculations, if you'll put these down below. The first is AR turnover, accounts receivable turnover. AR, it's defined, the formula is AR, accounts receivable, divided by sales times days in the period. AR divided by sales times days in the period. If it's an annual financial statement, times 365. If it's semi-annual, 180, 182. Second one. The first one is AR turnover, accounts receivable turnover. Second one, AP turnover. AP turnover, accounts payable. AP divided by cost of goods sold times days in the period. AP divided by cost of goods sold times days in the period. Number 3, under activity, inventory turnover. Inventory divided by cost of goods sold times days in the period. Inventory divided by cost of goods sold times days in the period. Okay, now we want our borrowers to collect their receivables quicker. We want those days to shrink. We want the inventory turnover to shrink in days. We want the AP to stretch out a little bit better. It's going to help their cash cycle. Absolutely. Stretch those payables out a little bit, but don't stretch them so much. The company gets put on COD, cash on demand, cash on delivery. Once again, AR turnover over time, year end 19, 20, 21, 331 to 22. We want AR in days to shrink, inventory to shrink, better turn. Okay, less days, better turn. AP, stretch it out a little bit. Third model, leverage, defined as the company's ability to service its long-term obligations. Company's ability to service its long-term obligations, more than 12 months. Even think in terms of 3, 4, 5 years out. Key ratio in this one, debt divided by equity. Debt divided by equity. From the balance sheet, we take the total liabilities, both current plus long-term liabilities, divided by the equity or net worth of the business. Total debt or liabilities, both current and long-term, divided by the total equity or net worth of the business. Old-fashioned rule of thumb on this one is a maximum of 3.0, a maximum of 3.0. For every $3 of debt, $1 of equity. Back on liquidity, oh no, the more the merrier. Leverage, the less is the better. Less is the better. Maximum of 3.0. But what's more important than the old-fashioned rule of thumb? The two general rules of thumb. Self to self, self to industry. Operating performance, defined as follows. The profitability of the business. The profitability of the business. Two key ratios we look at on this one. Gross profit margin or percentage and net profit margin or percentage. Now we would look at year end 19, 20, 21, interim 331 to 22, self to self, general rule 1, and then general rule number 2, we would look at industry comparisons. Okay, like through RMA or some other source. Gross profit margin and net profit margin. Lastly, cash flow. The fifth and final of the Laylock model, cash flow, the most important of all. How do we define it? Cash into the business versus cash out of the business. Cash in versus cash out, or to the individual, to the principal or owner of the business. Another way to define cash flow, and add this to your notes, 2 words, lifeblood. Financially speaking, the lifeblood of the business is its cash flow. Okay. Any questions so far? We're going to look at cash flow modeling. Josh, any questions so far on this?
Nope.
Got it. Thank you. Sam, any questions?
No questions.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to look at the 3 basic, or I call foundational cash flow models. And we're going to look at these and we're going to see these. You can see page number 11, traditional EBITDA for the business. And many of you already work with this, so we'll just kind of round out or answer any questions on these. We start with the business cash flow, personal, and then on page number 13, the global. Okay. All right. Let me ask, Leah, have you worked so far? Have you worked with the EBITDA cash flow for the business, the traditional cash flow model? And this is, once again, where we are knee deep in the middle of full scale commercial loan underwriting. Leah, have you worked with this so far, the EBITDA?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Spencer, how about you? Do you deal with this every day?
Every single day, yes.
Every single day. Okay. Nick, how about you? Have you worked with this so far, or is this kind of still new to you? The EBITDA.
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right. Gives a good feel. Okay. We'll go through these lickety split. Here we go. Traditional EBITDA. Let's go through the model and then we'll dissect it deeper. The EBITDA is the inflow. In this example, 1.2 million. The inflow to the business is 1.2 million. The debt service, P&I, principal and interest, 500,000 outflow. The net difference raw number, the margin or excess, I put the word excess next to margin, $700,000. Okay. 1.2 million inflow divided by the 500,000 outflow gives us the DCR, or debt coverage ratio, of 2.4 times. Now that's the basic model. Once again, the inflow of EBITDA of 1.2 million divided by the outflow of 500,000 gives us the DCR, debt coverage ratio of 2.4. Okay, now that's the basic flow. Most of you work with this daily. Now, let's dive deeper. First off, you'd have 4 columns. You'd have year-end 19, 20, 21, and the interim period, 3/31 of 22. That's the first idea. Second idea, what is the EBITDA? Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. Earnings, net income or net loss from the income statement, whether it's a company prepared financial statement or even the tax return on the front of the return. The letter B, before, meaning we add back interest expense, the I. Why do we add back the interest expense in the traditional EBITDA cover or a calculation? It's because we've taken out the P&I as the debt service, as you can see. So we've excluded the interest there. But interest expense has already been netted out of the E, or earnings, the net income or net loss of the business. Let me say that again. We've taken it out really twice. We've taken the I out with P&I in the debt service, and interest expense has already been netted out of the earnings or net income, net loss. So we've got to add the I back in, because if we don't, we have quote unquote double dinged the cash flow. Once in the debt service, once in the earnings. That's literally why we add the I back in. Now, how about the T? The T is taxes, income taxes, but I'd put in your notes on this page, we would only have the T of taxes to add back in if we're dealing with a C corporation. Okay. Most of you, your borrowers are LLCs and or S Corps, limited liability companies or S Corps. But every once in a while, you'll see a C Corp. Let me ask Haley. Haley, do you see many C Corps in your world, in your area? They're not that common especially for a community bank commercial lender, but you may see a few in a given year. Do you see many C Corps? Do you know? Do you see many C Corps, Haley, in your world? Okay. Here we come. I think she's 3 or 4 in my portfolio. That's it. Thank you, Haley. All right. Alex, how about you in your world? Do you see many C Corps? Alex, do you see many C Corps in your area?
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do in yours. Okay. Dominic, how about you? Dominic, do you see that many C Corps?
Not as often as the other two make it seem. That I don't
Bad.
personally.
Okay. And that's common. That's common not to see them. But if you do have a C Corp, which is an old-fashioned corporation, the reason why you don't see that many is not just really brief on the tax side. is because the C Corp, there's double taxation. The corporation pays tax on its profitability, and then it passes the after tax or after tax profitability onto the shareholders in the form of a dividend, and they have to pay tax on the dividend. So they're not that common. Now, big publicly traded corporations are essentially all C Corps, but not your borrowers, most likely. But the reason why we do add the T back into the EBITDA, if you have a C Corp, is specifically because taxes in a C Corp are considered non-operating expenses. That's the literal reason why they're considered non-operating expenses. They're not part of the normal operations of the business. And so to level out the cash flow in a C Corp, we add the T back. They're non-operating. They're after the normal operations of the business. But for most of you, for most of your borrowers, NA, not applicable, because it's an LLC or an S Corp, which are pass-through entities from a tax standpoint. The tax passes from the business to the business owner. ABC LLC to Bob and Sue personally. How about D of depreciation? Depreciation, we depreciate fixed assets, vehicles, equipment, buildings. The reason why we add back the D of depreciation is because in most situations, depreciation is considered a non-cash expenditure, a non-cash expenditure. Now, there is an exception, Section 179, if you're using a tax return. Section 179 allows the borrower to purchase equipment and write it off all in one shot. That's kind of a controversy in our industry. Approximately 60% of all commercial lenders in America today do not add back Section 179. This is a part of the tax code that allows ABC LLC to buy this piece of equipment once again and write it off in 1 year, depreciate it in 1 year. But approximately 60% of all commercial lenders do not add back Section 179. Why? Well, we don't add back fuel expense, and that's a true cash outlay and an expense. Why would we add back? Why would we add back depreciation? That's Section 179, where they're writing it all off and taking the deduction. 40% of commercial lenders approximately throughout the US today do add back Section 179, depreciation. Here are two arguments. Argument number one, whose cash was it to buy that equipment? It was primarily the bank's cash. What? The bank's cash? Yeah, in the form of a loan. If you go 80, 90, 100% loan to value on the equipment, LTV, most of the cash came from the bank loan. So we'll add it back in. This Section 179 depreciation from the tax return. Here's the second argument. What if ABC LLC, the manufacturer, what if they only buy equipment once every 5 or 6 years? They're based in the Marquette market. They're kind of a mainstay manufacturer. They just don't need new equipment that often. So when they do purchase new equipment and write it off in one shot through their tax return using Section 179 in their tax return, some lenders say, it's an unusual, it's a non-recurring event. We'll add it back in. Okay, let me ask Josh, in your world using the tax return, do you know in your bank, do you add back Section 179 or not? Yes or no? Do you know?
Yes, we do.
You do. Okay, and Sam's in your same bank. Leah's in a different bank. Leah, do you know if do you add back section 179
Not sure.
depreciation?
I don't know.
No problem. I'd write that off to the side. Just ask, one of your lenders. And in fact, everybody, whatever, if you've got some questions and you're saying like, I'm not sure how our bank really does this, I just keep a little list off to the side from today's session. Spencer, do you know in your area, let's say you're in the same bank, so you do add it back in? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But 60-40, roughly, nationwide. You're in the 40% category. Now, whatever your bank does, I recommend that you're consistent. I saw a bank once where I worked at a bank once where some lenders did it one way, some lenders did it the other. I thought, what? To me, it was bizarre. It's like, what? Same bank, different underwriting standards or methods. A for amortization. A for amortization. But this is the same as like amortizing loan, but this is a different context. It's like depreciation, but it's for an intangible asset, such as goodwill, patent, trademark, franchise fee, non-cash expenditure, we add it back in. Add another D off to the right. Add another D, depletion. Depletion, D-E-P-L-E-T-I-O-N, depletion, like depreciation, but for a natural resource. Timber, oil, coal, natural gas, natural resource, non-cash expenditure. So instead of EBITDA, it's EBITDA'd. Okay. Going down to the DCR, DSCR. Nick, in your bank, do you call it a DCR or a DSCR in your bank?
DSCR.
DSCR. And it's the same. Some banks will even call it a DC, believe it or not, debt coverage. What's the minimum standard nationwide right now in our industry? 1.20. Now, how do you interpret the 2.4? For every $2.40 of inflow, there's $1 outflow. $2.40 of inflow, there's $1 outflow. Minimum standard is only a 1.2. It just happens to be half what this is in this example, where this example is double. It just happens to be. Okay, let me ask Haley, what is your minimum DSCR or DCR standard for this cash flow model? Is it the standard 1.20? Is it a 1.25? Is it a 1.15? In your bank, Haley, if you can please tell us, what is your minimum standard? Please. What's your minimum DCR standard or DSCR at your bank? Okay. If you've got that, Haley, if you can tell us. Well, here we come. Here we go. I'm not sure. I'm freshened in 2 weeks ago. No problem. Haley, no problem. I understand. So I'm not sure. I'd just write that down. And then you'd say, well, after the session today, you got a short list of questions. And ask your coworkers, your boss, whoever. Team leader. Alex, what about in your bank? What is your minimum standard DCR in this EBITDA traditional cash flow?
We typically like to see 1.2, but we'll be a little flexible depending on the circumstances.
Good, good. Thank you for that feedback. Dominic, how about in your world? What's your minimum?
We have a policy minimum of 1.25, actually.
Whoa. Well, for whatever it's worth, Dominic, the 1.25 is the old standard in our industry. Starting about 4.5 to 5 years ago, it changed from a 1.25 to a 1.20. Now, why? Well, my theory is strong economy at the time, competition amongst the lenders, commercial lenders, and so forth. But it used to be nationwide 1.25. Now it's a 1.20. Moving right along. But it doesn't mean your bank's out of step, but I worked with the lender recently, and he said his bank was a 1.30, and they knew in their market that theirs was high. But that's what their loan committee, their management, whatever decided, senior management, we're going to do a 1.30. Others like Alex, you just mentioned, whoa, hey, 1.20, but we'll be flexible depending on the nature of the business. Maybe an ag credit, a farm credit or an ag loan. Sometimes those will be below the 1.20. Why? Because the farmer runs so much of their expenses, their personal, through the farm. They live on the farm. They live in the business. So if we don't, in some ways on ag lending, in ag lending, in some states, if you don't drop the 1.20 to 1.15, you will not be lending into the ag community. No way, or industry. Cash flow model number 2, personal, for Bob and Sue. Okay. We'll go through the model and then we'll dissect deeper. From the tax return, from the 1040 and all the schedules, including the K1s from their LLC, ABC LLC, total inflow, annual 500,000, minus federal and state tax 150, gives us 350. Pretty straightforward. Cash flow available for debt service, minus their personal debt service. This is annual P&I of 200,000. 350 minus the 200, of course, gives us the excess or margin of 150,000. 350, the net after tax, divided by the 200, gives us a debt coverage ratio or debt service coverage ratio, same thing, pardon me, of a 1.75. 350 divided by the 200, 1.75. That's the basic flow. Let's dissect deeper. 3 years, of course. Year end 19, 20, 21, because, and there's no interim, as I mentioned earlier, because the tax returns is based off the annual tax return. Because you are all in Michigan, federal and state tax, you're going to have both. But if you were in Texas, only federal. Why? Well, because Texas is one of the 9 states that has no state income tax. So if you're in Texas, your bank, your bank, Bob and Sue, ABC LLC, Jane the CFO, George the independent CPA, only federal tax. But because you're in Michigan, both federal and state. Moving right along. 2 other items. Underneath debt service, if you would please add this to your notes, living allowance underneath the debt service. Starting about 4.5, 5 years ago, the federal bank examiner started saying to the commercial lenders, seriously, they started saying, we want you to include a living allowance as an additional outlay of cash. Okay, Josh, does your bank, do you do or include a living allowance in this model?
I don't know the answer to that question.
No problem. I just write that down because, well, I'm telling you, the feds, they want to see that. Okay, let me ask a couple other people. Dominic, in your world, do you include a living allowance? It's included, but it's an outlay of cash.
Yes, I believe it's $8,880 for the first 2 for the adults within the household, and then it's an additional, want to say like $4,996 for each additional independent or
Okay.
dependent, excuse me.
Good, excellent. So your bank has got it down to a very well-defined model. Would you agree, Dominic?
Yeah, for the most part.
bet.
And if we want to, we could also calculate it for somebody with a higher cash flow. Instead of it being a straight set dollar amount, we might put in like a 15 or 20% of their annual income.
That is very common what you said. Everybody, Dominic, that excellent illustration. Many banks simply just keep it simple. It's just a raw number. Some banks will say, especially with inflation, $20,000. It used to be 15, now maybe 20,000 per adult, 10,000 per child. So let's say we have Bob and Sue, and let's say they have 2 dependent children. Mathematically, it's just very basic. 20 and 20 for Bob and Sue each, 40 total. 10 and 10 for the 2 kids, or 20 total. Combine the two, 40 plus 20, $60,000. Very common approach. Some lenders, commercial lenders, will say, now we're going to take whatever the number is for the cash flow available for debt service. And this is what Dominic was referring to. We'll take the cash flow available for debt service. In this example, it's 350,000. And we will times that by the net, which is the 350, the net cash flow after tax for the individual. We'll times the 350 times 15, 20, 25, even as much as 35%. So some banks will do it with the raw number, simple, very simple. 15, 20, 25,000 per adult, 5, 10, 15,000 per child or dependent. We don't say child dependent, but in this case, there are the kids. Or a percentage of the cash flow available for debt service. Excellent. Now, some banks, boy, they'll get into this and the model, and they do all this analysis there. You can even go to the IRS website and get a living allowance per the region of the country. Some banks get really into, through their credit administration, into this calculation living allowance. My personal opinion and my personal observation is that most banks nationwide keep it simple. Don't need to make it so complicated. And by the way, the federal bank examiners, all they want to see is some sort of reasonable attempt, if you will, of calculating a reasonable living allowance. Okay. Now, what is the minimum DCR on this one? Nationwide, most banks, the DCR or DSCR, you can see in this example is a 1.75. For every $1.75 of inflow, there's $1 outflow. Minimum in most banks, 1.20. Sam, do you know on the personal cash flow, do you have a minimum? Do you have a minimum on the personal cash flow? Do you know?
We don't necessarily have a minimum on the personal cash flow, just the business.
Got it. Some banks do that. Some banks say, well, and turning back, we're going to have a minimum on the business, no minimum on the business owner, but we will on the global. But I've noticed in our industry over the last several years, more and more banks are just keeping it consistent. 1.20 for the business EBITDA, 1.20 for the personal, for the business owner, Bob and Sue, and 1.20 for the global. I would write that at the bottom of this page, right next to the 2.21, global, minimum DCR. Now, what is this global? Nothing to do with international trade, international banking. It's simply a combination, as you can see, of the business EBITDA and the personal cash flow. That's all. Starting about 4.5 to 5 years ago, federal bank examiners started to insist that commercial lenders include this in their write-ups. Sam, in your world, do you include the global cash flow in your loan write-up?
Only if it's requested.
Oh, really? Interesting. Thank you. Leah, how about you? Do you know in your bank, do you do global cash flow?
I'm not sure.
No problem. I just write that off to the side on your list. Spencer, how about in your world? Do you see global cash flow often?
I'm the same as Sam. It's really only if it's specifically requested.
Okay,
Which oftentimes when it would be requested is if either the business cash flow or the personal cash flow is not positive.
good.
One of them is, then
And
we look to do a
that's
global.
common. That's common where maybe the business cash flow is weak or a little weak. It's like, wait a minute, we know the cash flow overall is fine. Even your gut, you're going, I think it's fine, but mathematically we show the combination is fine. Good. Thank you for that feedback. Nick, how about you? Do you use global cash flow in your bank regularly? Pardon me.
I believe we do.
Okay, good. Good. It's common. It's become extremely common. Years ago, it was optional. I remember years ago, it was optional. Well, the feds want it. The federal bank examiners, they want it for the most part. For the most part. Let's move forward. Now, section number 4. Before we do section number 4 and move forward, let's take our second break of the morning. Take another 5-minute stretch break. We'll come on back. We'll go into section number 4 of our 7 sections for today's presentation. Excellent. Thank you. Excellent, excellent conversation and feedback on your banks and what you actually do. This is good. This is very good. Talk to you in 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Take just a moment and we'll get started. Pardon me. Okay, here we go. Alex, can you do our sound check, please? Alex, if you're back with us, can you do our sound check?
Sounds all good.
Good. Thank you for doing that. Excellent. Okay, now we've completed the LAYLOT model. So our basic key ratio and cash flow modeling, most of you have worked with this, or you're starting to work with these on a regular basis. As I mentioned, on Friday, July 15th, this coming month, we're going to be doing a full day on just the key ratios. We'll look at the LAYLOT model, but we'll look even more in depth, and we'll actually work on a major case study, calculating the numbers and so forth, and not only calculating, but interpreting the numbers as well. We'll also look at the spreadsheet. Okay, now, if you look with me now, we're in section number 4. Section number 4, industry comparisons. Our 2 general rules of thumb, self to self and self to industry. Self to self and self to industry. Self to self are the numbers of the company. The company prepared financials year in 19, 20, 21, interim 3/31/22, or the tax returns from 19, 20, 21. Self to industry would be, of course, as we mentioned earlier, RMA, Risk Management Association. Okay, Haley, do you know, does your bank use the RMA studies? A lot of banks do, some don't. A lot of banks do, though. Haley, can you tell us to do the industry comparison? Do you use the RMA studies? Do you use RMA? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nope, I don't think so. All right, thank you. All right. Dominic, does your bank use the RMA studies that you know of?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. All right. All right. Leah, how about you? How about at your bank? Do you know if, did you use the RMA studies?
I don't know.
Okay, no problem. I would ask, it's a very, very common tool used amongst commercial lenders nationwide. Now, the RMA, they put out a book about that thick, about 3-4 inches thick. They also, of course, have an online service. Some banks will purchase both for their commercial lenders for their use. If you're in a small community bank and you don't have the budget, then sometimes what happens is this: you can go to the public library. Most any public library in America will have the RMA studies in the reference section. Now, you cannot check out the hard copy book, but you can go and look at the numbers, if you will. All right. Moody's is another industry comparison. S&P, Standard and Poor's. D&B, mentioned this earlier, Dun and Bradstreet. And there's others on the internet and or local trade groups, numerous industry comparisons. Self to self, self to industry in our LAYLOT model, including most of those component parts of the LAYLOT model. Now, what about the spreadsheet? Instead of manually doing all these calculations, most commercial lenders, credit analysts, what have you, we spread the numbers. Moody's, saying it's a different division or whatever of Moody's. Moody's has a software programs, Moody's Lending Cloud, SageWorks, Baker Hill, Buchers, and even Excel. Okay, let me ask, we're going to do a class shout out. Here we go. Everybody get ready for this. If you're in the audio, if you'll unmute, shout out yes or no. Haley, if you'll type into the chat yes or no. Yes or no, do you personally spread the numbers? Do you use some sort of a spreadsheet, Excel, Moody's, whatever? Do you spread the numbers personally? Yes or no? Everybody shout out if you would, please.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Haley, I do not personally. Okay. So kind of mixed with our class. Some do, some don't. Okay. Good. Excellent. Now, what does it mean though to spread the numbers for the benefit of those that don't or haven't yet? Some of you will in the future, near future, maybe. Some of you are being trained on this right now. We simply take the balance sheets and insert them into the software. We take the income statements and insert them into the software, the numbers, if you will. Now, on the surface, it seems like, well, that's pretty easy. It's just transferring information. But those of you that spread the numbers realize, oh no, sometimes this can get rather difficult, if you will. It can get rather difficult in spreading the numbers, if you will, because the format of all of the company prepared or CPA compiled or what have you format of the financial statements does not always match the format of your spreadsheet. Okay. Let me ask one other question regarding spreadsheet, and then we'll move forward. Josh, in your bank, what software do you use? Do you use SageWorks? Do you use Excel? What software do you use, Josh?
I
Please.
believe it. I'm not an analyst, but I believe it's Baker Hill.
Could be Baker Hill. Good. So that's a common one. Good. Thank you for that. Good. Let's move forward. Now, here's an example of a Moody's spreadsheet. Sample contractor. You can see the years 08, 9, 10, 11. This is the Great Recession. That's why I like to use it as a case study. You can see these are in thousands. So these were spread in thousands, the balance sheet information put into the software. But look at the years. Wow. These were tough years. Great Recession. Turn to the next page. If you'll turn with me on your hard copy, you can see page number 2 of the spreadsheet, the income statements, Okay, the income statements. Moving right along. Now, from here on out, the spreadsheet does the calculations. So page number 3, you can see we have what's called the common sides in the income statement, which means the income statement, the raw number, and then the percentages to the right. Look at the loss in 08 and 09. Wow. Look at that. Raw number, a negative 116,000, negative 10.6%, meaning if you take the 116 negative divided by the revenue or sales of 1,091,000, it's a negative, almost a negative 11%. Look at 09, even worse, even worse. Moving right along, we'll bypass this cash flow model and then look on this last page of the spreadsheet, the key ratio page. Now, next to liquidity on the top left, on this page, if you put a number 1, there's liquidity, the Laylock model. Now, did I calculate all these? No, the software does it. If you're using Baker Hill, if you're using SageWorks, this happens to be Moody's, any of the software, even Excel spreadsheet. If you go about 3/4 of the way down, do you see the word activity, model 2? I put a model 2. Then if you go up above towards the top left, you'll see the word leverage. I put a number 3, of the Laylock model. So liquidity, L, liquidity, A, activity, L, leverage. And then if you go to the middle on the left, profitability, I put a number 4. That's the same as operating performance. So number 4. And then just above the profitability, you'll see in smaller print cash flow. Please, if you'd put in your notes, number five, the fifth and final of the Laylock model. So now to simplify this, if you'll turn forward, here's a spreadsheet that I create. And it's, of course, the Laylock model, and where it's defined. And you said, well, where'd these numbers come from? Well, the previous page, the last page of the Moody's spreadsheet. But I've also added the RMA to the right. Do you see this? The Risk Management Association or industry comparison. Okay. All right. Now you can see once again, we, in our full scale commercial lending, instead of, doing all the manual calculations, no, we load the balance sheets, we load the income statements into the software, generates the information. I've just created this to simplify so that we can look at self to self versus self to industry a lot easier. Okay. Liquidity, activity, leverage, operating performance, and of course, cash flow or lifeblood, cash in versus cash out. Any questions on the spreads? Any questions on this fourth section of industry comparisons and the spreads? And you can see I've put the industry comparison to the right. Sam, any questions on this? Sam, Sam, thank you. Sam, do you actually spread the numbers on a regular basis?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you use Baker, is it Baker Hill?
It is.
Okay, got it. Anything that you can share with the class, Sam, that's challenging for you? I mean, just in general, if you don't mind, is there anything challenging or other issues that you see when you spread these numbers? Because some of the people in our class have never done this, maybe never even seen this yet, but they will be. They've been told, oh, well, we're going to have you start spreading the numbers in the next month or so, or start working on this. Sam, is there anything else that you would want to add as far as challenging? We load the information in and then of course it prints it out, but any other comments on this you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, no problem. Spencer, how about you? I know you're an analyst at Nicollet Bank, and do you spread the numbers, Spencer?
Yes, I do spread the numbers.
Anything of comments, any additional comments in this section to help people? Because there are a lot of people that are not yet spreading the numbers, but they will be. Oh yeah, it's like, well, we're going to get you into doing the spreads and so forth. Any comments on this, Spencer?
Yeah, I can tell you that when you're working with a tax return, which is obviously what we want to be working with, the M1 and M2 statements, the adjustments on there have always tripped me up from when I first started.
Good. Okay, good. And just now, today is not the tax class, but M1, for everyone's benefit, is the reconciliation between the tax return and the book income, or the financial statement income. And that can be a little challenging. Now in Baker Hill, you use Baker Hill, right, Spencer?
Correct.
Okay, so in Baker Hill, does it actually have you plug in the numbers for Schedule M1 and M2 as well?
On the actual spreads, there's an actual Baker Hill, there's not a separate place for it. I just work off of, what was actually adjusted on the M1, and then I put that in that category that was already on the spread.
Okay, good. And that can be challenging. M2, for whatever it's worth, Schedule M2, and these are right below the balance sheet, usually approximately page 5 within the tax return of the business. In Schedule M2, it is a reconciliation of the equity of the business. So if it's an LLC, it's like the partner's capital accounts, if you will. But that can be challenging, you bet. Once again, you can use the spreadsheet to spread the financial statements like you see in this example for sample contractor, which by the way is a small general contracting company, or the tax return. Good. Source document, either one. Some banks will spread the financials. Some banks will tend to spread more the tax return because, as I mentioned, they say, well, the reporting the company prepared isn't really that up to speed, so we don't really want to rely upon that. But boy, the tax return of George, our imaginary independent CPA, signs off, we're going to use that more readily. Good. Thank you for the feedback. Good. Any other comments from anyone else that spread the numbers? Any other comments before we move forward? Okay, well, let's move forward here. Now we're going into section number 5. We'll start into this section just briefly, pardon me, and then we'll take our lunch break in just a few minutes. At the top of this page, if you will please put commercial loan process. If you'll put that in your notes, commercial loan process. Okay, now, commercial loan process at the very top of this page. Now this is multi-model. We'll just start into this for a few minutes, and then after lunch, we'll spend quite a bit of time because it's like going from A to Z. We've already done now parts of this. You'll see as this model unfolds, in section number 5 of our 7 sections, the entire commercial loan process, you'll see certain parts we're going to be able to plug in rather quickly because we've already worked on them earlier in the session. Several of these you'll see. But the concept here is an overall viewpoint. Now that we've done a lot of kind of background underwriting as well and so forth, now we're going to look at the whole process from A to Z. Let's start with business structure. Why business structure? Because it's our borrower. I put that right next to business structure. We start with the most foundational concept, which is who are we lending to? What type of business are we lending to? Underneath entity, if you'd be so kind as to put ownership, if you'll put ownership. Underneath tax, if you'll put the word form. Underneath legal, if you'll put the word liability. So entity is the ownership, tax is the form, and legal is the liability. Okay, now we're going to fill in the table. Okay, we'll just start into this and take our break. Sole proprietors. We really don't see that many, but every once in a while you'll lend to a sole proprietor. Usually it's going to be an S Corp or an LLC, probably within your bank. Some C Corps, as we established or talked about earlier. What about, let's fill in this table. We'll start sole proprietor over to the right, entity or ownership. One owner, of course, one owner. To the right again under the tax form, the 1040 Schedule C. The 1040 Schedule C. What about the legal liability? I would put in your notes full exposure, completely full exposure. How about a partnership? We don't see partnerships that often, meaning the old-fashioned partnership. We see an LLC partnership, which we'll come to in a moment, but not the old-fashioned. Every once in a while, you may see it today. To the right of partnership under entity, if you would please put 2 or more partners, 2 or more. What's the tax form? The 1065 tax form. Go to the right again under the legal. In a partnership, the partners legally are individually and severally liable. Let's say you have a partnership with 3 partners. All 3 of those individuals are on the hook, liable. And the partnership severally means together, they're also liable. That is a huge, huge, huge negative. I put that in your notes. From a business borrowing structure, that is a huge negative. But, so I put negative on the legal, but go back to the left. Do you see the 1065? Huge positive. In a partnership structure, there's tax flexibility in the way the distributions are made from the business, the partnership, to these 3 partners. Tax flexibility. So that's a positive. So an old-fashioned partnership, huge negative on the legal, huge positive on the tax structure. Hold that thought. Let's go to the C Corp. The C Corp, the entity, the ownership, unlimited number of shareholders. It could be 10,000, 50,000, like a big, General Motors or Microsoft, publicly traded corporation. Over to the right on the C Corp, what's the tax form? The 1120. The 1120. What about the legal? Limited liability. Unlike the partnership or the sole proprietor, a C Corp has limited liability. The slang term, if you'd please add this to your notes, is called the corporate veil. It's like this curtain, this imaginary curtain or cloak. It's like this curtain, the corporate veil that protects the business. How about the S Corp? The S Corp, to the right under the entity, only up to 100 shareholders, max. Used to be 35, then it went to 75, now it's 100. Maximum number of shareholders. To the right under the tax form, the S Corp, the 1120S, the 1120S. What about the legal? Limited liability, corporate veil, corporate veil. But let's go back to the left. So that's a positive on the legal, like the C Corp. But on this S Corp, if you go back to the left of the 1120S tax form, the negative is the way the distributions from the business to the shareholders is not flexible. Let's say this S Corp has 3 shareholders and they own the business a third, and a third. From the on the 1120S, the structure of an S Corp tax-wise is not flexible, is not flexible. Wow. So that's a negative. So an S Corp has the positive. They have the corporate veil, the limited liability, like a C Corp. But their distributions are limited. They're restrictive. By the way, go up to the C Corp before we forget. Do you see the 1120? It's also a huge negative because of double taxation. We said this earlier, the corporation pays tax on its profitability, and then the dividends, they pay out the dividends, the shareholders have to pay tax also. So, wow, partnership, structure, business, legal, huge negative, but tax, the distribution, flexible. So some good, some bad. C Corp, limited liability, good, but double taxation, bad. S Corp, good on the legal, bad on the restrictive. If you have an S corp with 3 shareholders, they own a third, a third, a third. All the distributions must be a third, a third, a third. If they deviate from that, the IRS can say, well, you're not really an S corp, you're a C corp. Therefore, you're subject to double taxation. So 2, 3, and 4, there's pluses, there are minuses. That brings us to the LLC. Well, this is right on the edge of the cliff, but we're going to stop right there and take our lunch break. And we come back, we're going to see the best of both worlds. And that's what the LLC has. And that is why the LLC is the dominant business entity or structure in America and amongst your borrowers. Leah, do you deal with LLCs every day?
I do.
You do. Nick, do you deal with LLCs every day? Nick, do you deal with You do. You
Every
do.
day.
Every single day. When we come back from our lunch break, we'll use the same chart and we're going to see exactly why the LLC is the dominant business entity. Then after we discuss it, in my mind, no mystery why. And then we'll also talk about the series LLC. With that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. I keep your system open or up like we talked about. Talk to you about 12:30 your time. Have a good lunch, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. From break, we'll take just a moment and we'll get started. Okay, Alex, if you're there, can you give us our sound check, please?
Check, check, 1, 2.
All right, I love it. Okay, thank you, Alex. Okay, now, LLC. What is an LLC? Now, actually, before we get started, let me just make an announcement. I mentioned, and I checked the schedule during the lunch break. I mentioned that on Friday, July 15th, we're going to have key ratio analysis. Now, that's calculating and interpreting the numbers correctly. Pardon me, that will be a webinar based, but we also have in July, this coming month, Thursday, July 28th, credit analysis basics, pardon me, and Friday, July 29th, basic personal and business tax return analysis. And those two are scheduled in Marquette in the UP. So once again, we've got 3 classes coming up this coming month: the key ratio, the credit analysis basics, and the basic tax, both personal and business. So I thought I'd mention that.
Hey,
Okay,
David.
yes, go ahead.
This is Josh. How are we signing up for those?
Pardon me again?
How are we registering for those?
Just through the regular system, through the MBA, Michigan Bankers Association.
Okay, I didn't do it, so I was just wondering. So I'll go to the MBA website.
Yeah, you just go to the website and just go right in and just sign up for those. Good. You bet.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've got the 3 classes coming up this month, which is great. Based upon where each of you are at from our introductions earlier today and from the comments and so forth, I would recommend all 3 of these classes. I would recommend that because all 3 of these, in my opinion, will be good. Today is the introduction, which we're covering a broad array of topics. But of course, in the key ratio, as I mentioned earlier, we'll go more in depth on the Laylock model and actually calculate the numbers. Credit analysis basics is kind of a broad general credit basic class, but it's still helpful in my opinion. And then the basic personal and business tax class would be very helpful as well. For whatever it's worth, in the tax class, we actually do both the personal and the EBITDA business cash flow, but using, instead of the financial statement, the actual tax return as a source document. Okay, so so I encourage each of you to sign up for these classes, and or other people that work on your team that may not be with us today or could not join us today. So if you would get the word out, that would be great. Now, the LLC. Why is the LLC the dominant? Because as we mentioned right before the break, it is the best of both worlds. It kind of has the combination of the best. Now, first off, let's fill in the table and then we'll discuss it. Pardon me. The entity for the LLC can be taxed as a sole proprietor, 1040 Schedule C. It could be a S Corp, C Corp, S Corp, or partnership, but the preferred is the partnership. So the entity over to the right of LLC under the entity is 2 or more partners, especially if you're dealing with the CPA like George, our imaginary independent CPA in the Marquette area that works with Bob, Sue, Jane, ABC LLC. The entity, the owners, if you will, are the partners, and in theory, unlimited number of partners. And in an LLC, it's based off a percentage of ownership. If you go to the right, the tax form would be the 1065. Because it's a partnership, when you talk to the CPA like George, you would refer to the owners as partners. Now, within the bank, we traditionally refer to them as members or managing member or even manager But a CPA, because they focus on more the tax side, it is the partners. So the entity, 2 or more partners, the tax, the 1065 partnership. Pardon me, but what about the legal liability? The legal liability of an LLC, I would add this to your notes, is a C corporation. It has the corporate veil, the cloak, or this curtain. What? Yes. Now, wait a minute. It's a partnership for tax purposes. It's a C corp for limited liability, legal. That is literally what an LLC is. If you look up above, we saw in the partnership under number 2 over in the middle there, the tax flexibility. Well, that's what an LLC has. So down below under number 5 over to the right under the tax, the 1065, I would add to your notes, please, tax flexibility. But if you look up to the partnership number 2 and over to the far right, it's a disaster from a legal standpoint. But if you look down to number 3 and to the right, the C Corp has limited liability, the corporate veil. So I would add that you've got limited liability, corporate veil, C Corp. In 1977, the first LLC was created. Someone figured out, well, wait a minute. Why don't we take the tax flexibility as if it's a partnership? But they said, well, wait a minute. Tax flexibility is great with the partnership, but the legal, oh no, it's a disaster. The partners are individually and severally liable. So someone said, well, why don't we take the partnership tax, combine it with the limited legal liability of a C Corp, and combine these together in this hybrid business structure known as, and we'll call it an LLC, limited liability company. That's literally what it is. And that's why it is the dominant business entity. First ones were created in 1977, the state of Wyoming, for whatever it's worth. Wyoming is Wyoming is one of the 3 flexible states, very flexible. Nevada, where I'm based, is another one. On the East Coast, Delaware is the big one. These 3 states are flexible traditionally within their business structure. It took over 20 years before all 50 states adopted the LLC. So not till like 1997, 1998, fast forward to today, once again, dominant. Now, what's a series LLC? What I'd like everyone to do is grab your cell phone, and if you will look this up, if you can look this up, or if you can minimize your screen, you look this up and put this in Google. Series LLC. Is Michigan one of the, it's only about 20 some odd states that allow it. It's an LLC, but it's a modified, and it's more modern than the traditional LLC. We'll come back to, well, what is it? What is this entity? Well, let's just first establish, does it exist, or is it approved by the state of Michigan? I know Illinois, it's approved. Nevada, it's approved. Many other states, but only 20 in the 20 some odd. It's growing. I've noticed the list. So if you would please try, look at Series LLC, and then try to get the most updated list, and then see if Michigan is in the list, please. We'll take just a moment on this to see. And then I'm going to call on a couple of you to see if you have found it, and if it's there, if it's not. And and like I said, this is kind of a moving target. I've noticed that more and more states are approving it. In my personal opinion, it's just a matter of time, kind of like the original LLC, where they're essentially all 50 states will allow it, in my opinion, if you will. Just a matter of time. Okay. Dominic, were you able to find it in the list? Were you able to find the list and see if Michigan is there?
From what I am finding, I do not see Michigan.
Okay. Now, on the last time we did this, which was, I did this similar session, I don't know, a year ago or whatever, we did not find it. But like I said, it's ever changing. Josh, were you able to find it in the list?
I was not, I'm going no.
Okay, so no at this time. But like I said, it's a matter of time, in my opinion. Now, what is this? Well, let's go entity, tax, and legal. Entity, we have partners. We have partners, and it could be multiple, 2 or more. Tax form 1065. Legal, it's the same as an LLC. It's limited liability. But here's the difference. So the basic structure is the same. But here, and it's a C corp for legal. But if you'd add this to your notes, let's go back to ABC LLC. And they've predominantly been manufacturer, but they've been a party rental company. They've been commercial real estate developer. For our needs today, boy, we've shifted the nature of the business. Let's say they're the commercial real estate developer. They've got the 10 buildings all over the UP. Now, you say, well, wait a minute. You say, how would this relate to the developer? In a series LLC, there's one master LLC. And if you have a client like this version of ABC LLC, where they have 10 commercial buildings, traditionally, how many LLCs are you going to have? 10 different LLCs. How many tax returns? 10 different tax returns. With a series LLC, pardon me, you have one LLC. Commercial property 1 is in pod A. Commercial property 2 is in pod B. Commercial property 3 is in pod C, all the way down to number 10. These little individual pods. Modern America. It becomes like the series LLC becomes like a holding company. But not all states allow it yet. You may say, well, it's not Michigan. By the way, on the list, Josh, on the list, does it show Wisconsin? I'm just curious.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so right next to, and I know Illinois is on the list. Okay, what about Ohio? Josh, does Ohio show up on the list?
Yes.
Say, so it's close. States bordering Michigan, some of the states bordering Michigan, boy, it's there. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion.
Ohio was added in 2022.
There it is. Say, it's new. In fact, it's funny you'd say that. I train in Ohio as well, either physically or, ground-based or virtually, webinar. And it's interesting. The last time we checked, I remember the answer was no, it was not approved, but 22. So it's growing, the number of states. Okay. Business entity, our borrower. Who are we lending to? Understanding the nature of their business from an entity, tax, and legal, in my opinion, is huge as a commercial lender. Let's move forward in this model. This is the panoramic or the commercial lending process, if you will. If you turn with me to the next page, loan structure. Now, we've done a lot of this, so we're going to build it. We'll fill this in rather quickly. Terms, pricing, loan covenants, and is there an SBA or Small Business Administration equivalent product? Okay, let's look at the line of credit. We said this earlier. The term, I put 12 months. Pricing in our structure. This is, who we're lending to is huge to understand. Who are we lending to? Now the structure of the loan, her proposed loan. 12 months interest only on the line of credit term. Pricing prime plus 1. Prime is now 4 3/4, so 5 3/4, 5.75. Loan covenant, could you have a loan covenant? What's a loan covenant? Covenant means, the word covenant is defined as a solemn promise between two parties. A solemn promise. With a bank, with your bank and your borrower, ABC LLC, your bank agrees, they agree. Your bank agrees, they agree. It's an agreement between the two of you. We have loan covenants. There's certain, for example, the key ratios we covered earlier, like the current ratio, maybe to maintain a certain minimum current ratio or a maximum debt to equity on the leverage ratio or on the EBITDA coverage, a certain minimum. Could you have this on the line of credit? I put Y for yes. Does SBA have a line of credit? Sort of one product, or they've not really, not a true line. So I'd put NA, not really, or no. What about the term loan? We talked about equipment. To the right, under the term, 5 years, fully amortized, we discussed. Pricing prime plus 1, prime plus 1. Variable rate, we saw that yesterday. Loan, or 2 days ago, I should say, 2 days ago. Loan covenant. Yes, we could put a loan covenant in there, or several. SBA does have a product in that realm. We said this earlier, 7A. And several of you work or have worked with SBA products, 7A. Commercial real estate. The term on the permanent loan, 20 due in 5. How about pricing? Wow. Sam, what would you say your pricing is for that 5 years? Not for the whole 20, the 20 years, the amortization, but for that 5-year period. Where is your bank today? And I recognize rates are moving and they're moving up. Sam, what can you tell us roughly, what would your, if you fixed it, what would your pricing be for the 5-year period until that first call date?
I think the deals I'm working on right now are around 5%.
Okay, 5. Wow. That's still rather low with rates going up. That's not bad. I'm just going to say it straight out. If I was the borrower, this is my opinion only. I'd jump on that because that'd be fixed. That's typically fixed for 5 years. Okay. Leah, thank you for that, Sam. Leah, how about in your world? Do you know pricing on the permanent CRE loan?
Yeah, well, we talk about it constantly and it just certainly feels like a moving target.
Oh, it is. As I mentioned that, I just said that. This whole thing's a moving target.
Yeah, so I would say we're just getting to 5 as well, just in the last week.
Got it. Getting into the 5s. There are some banks, I'm going to say it straight out. There are some banks in America that they've already breached the 6% fixed for the 5 years. Oh, easy. Now, what's amazing is how short of time in the past, when I'm serious, it was 3.75 fixed for the 5 year, or maybe 4 1/4, just a year ago or whatever. Of course, then interest rates on 30-year mortgages, residential, was only 2.7, 2.8, and they are now 6.5 to 7. They are. If you look at I looked at it just the other day on my phone. It's like, what? Now that's on mortgage, residential, but still. Could you have a loan covenant on that permanent loan? Yes, absolutely yes. SBA, we said this earlier. Over to the right of real estate, SBA 504 loan. Now, from a structural standpoint, we talked extensively already. Bullet loan, bridge loan, and letters of credit, the 2 different types, standby or irrevocable, and the commercial or international. So we've really already completed that way earlier in the session. Bullet loan, 90 to 120 days. Bridge loan, 6 months, maybe, so forth, 9 months. The 2 letters of credit. Moving right along. Our next step in the commercial lending process, the loan support. If we said this earlier, if you'll, just as an example for ABC LLC, underneath the line, if you'd put 500,000, we discussed extensively earlier, various aspects of the line. And even the where we said, well, we'll reserve part of that line, if you will, or carve out part of the line for the letter of credit. So let's say 500,000 underneath the equipment loan. If you'd put 750, and as we mentioned earlier, the example of the permanent CRE loan, $3 million. So 500,000, 750, and 3 million. Good, solid loan support. And this is good, solid loan, commercial loan underwriting. We have this, we may have this written down. We may have this just in our mind. Business borrowing entity, loan structure, now the loan support. What's the collateral for the line of credit? We said this earlier. A UCC 1 on the company's accounts receivable, AR, and inventory. Accounts receivable and inventory. Okay. A UCC, Uniform Commercial Code 1 filing. What about on the equipment? A UCC 1 on the equipment. How about on the commercial real estate permanent loan? A first mortgage on the building. Now, for whatever it's worth, in the Western US, it's called primarily, most states, it's called a trust deed or deed of trust. Primarily east of the Mississippi River, it's called a mortgage deed. It's the same. We want to be in first on that building. Would you require personal guarantees from Bob and Sue on all 3 of these credit facilities? I'd put a Y, yes, of course. Would you have a business loan agreement which summarizes all of the loan documents? Traditionally, Y. Yes. How about subordination? Okay, well, we're going to do a quick class shout out here. Yes or no, everybody, yes or no. Have you ever seen a subordination structure of a commercial loan? Everybody,
Yes.
just shout out yes or no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, several of you have. Several of you have. Oh, most of you have. Haley has as well. Okay. Spencer, can you give us an example? Do you have an example for us where there was a subordination? Go ahead, please.
I had one recently where our borrower was purchasing some real estate, and a portion of it was going to be seller funded. So they had a seller note, and there was our real estate mortgage note, and the seller note was subordinated to us. So
ooh, that's good, because let me guess, was that seller note, it could have been in first position, and you say, oh, no.
Yep.
You're in second behind us. You signed this piece of paper. You're now subordinate to us. Our bank is in first. Is that correct, Spencer?
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. That's a good example too, by the way. Good. Moving right along. Now, in the process, this is this section number 4, section number 5 of the process of the commercial lending. We now take all of our underwriting and we summarize it in our loan write-up or credit memorandum. Okay, Nick, in your bank, what do you call this document? 3 to 5 to 10 pages, whatever. Do you call it a loan write-up? Do you call it a credit memo? What do you call it in your bank?
I've heard it described as both of those, actually. Typically
Okay.
credit memo, though.
Credit memo? Okay, good. Now be cautious. If you're don't, my recommendation is be cautious if you ever use that in front of a CPA or an accountant, because their version of a credit memo is way different. That's where they're adjusting the receivable, if you will. You know, that's a whole different from an accounting perspective. Now, okay, Haley, do you do the loan write-ups or credit memos regularly? Do you prepare these? Please, do you prepare the loan write-ups or credit memos on a regular basis? Pardon me. Ask Haley, do you actually do the write-ups? Okay. All right. While we wait on that, Alex, do you do the write-ups?
Yes.
Alex, okay, you do the write-ups. Good. Okay. Haley says yes. I've only been in the position 2 weeks, but short time. She's starting to do the write-ups already. Great. Good. And Alex, you do them. Dominic, do you do the actual write-ups or credit memos?
Yes, I do. We call them loan presentations or
Loan presentations, another name for them.
yeah, or a write-up. And yes, I do for all of our commercial lenders.
Good, good, excellent. Now, for whatever it's worth, you can see under A1, many and varied. There's all sorts of versions, if you will, of the loan write-ups. Now, look at number A2, the traditional format of most loan write-ups or credit memos. You've got a front page, shows the relationship with the bank, the request itself, the structured terms, a lot of what we've already discussed. You summarize in the commercial loan underwriting, this section 5, this whole process. Then under part C, you do the financial analysis, which we did with the LALOC model. I put off to the side of financial analysis, LALOC, LALOC, including cash flow. Then the management. And then typically the fifth and final area. Now, this is most banks. Your bank may be a little different, but most banks. The very end of the write-up, you do the risk assessment mitigation. And I would add underneath that, under part E, conclusion summary of the write-up, conclusion and or summary of the write-up. Now, most lenders, once they get used to working with the numbers, the spreads, the key ratios, the cash flow models, part C, they're able to do, relatively, it's not always simple. Sometimes it's challenging, but they're able to do it. I find that a lot of commercial lenders, though, struggle with the fourth and fifth, management and risk. Well, what do we say about management? What if Bob and Sue and, ABC LLC has been with your bank for 20 years? Sometimes you'll see this in the write-ups, literally. Bob and Sue have been with us for 20 years. We love them and they love us. And that's it. They've been with us for 20 years. We love them, they love us, in so many words. Well, does that really tell you about the management? Not really. And then a lot of times I'll see, because I provide, for whatever it's worth, I provide a class on improving the loan write-ups. And then also, it's usually that's in the AM, the PM, same class, is loan presentation at committee, which we'll come back to in a moment. We'll get to that in a moment after the write-up. The next step, taking it to committee. Well, risk assessment, a lot of times the summary conclusion is either weak or it's not even there. Let's turn the page, and we're going to cover some models to help you be a better commercial loan underwriter with the loan write-up or credit memo. So we've already emphasized extensively on the financial in the LALOC and in our previous parts of today's presentation. So if you'll turn forward, this is management. This is section 4 of the write-up. This happens to be a 3 key to success model. using this concept.
Stand on
When we meet with Bob and Sue and Jane, we ask them about their marketing, their financing, their management. And this is not, I want to emphasize, this is not just for filler. This is not just to put more pages in the loan write-up or credit memo, but it's literally to assess the risk of the management of the company. So if you'll turn forward on page 26, when we sit down, especially this is the loan officer, those of you that are credit analysts saying, well, I don't really have that much experience working with the Bobs and Sues, but oh, I know I will eventually. Some of you know you deal with the Bobs and Sues daily. And Jane, the CFO. And periodically George, the CPA. You would sit down, you would ask them about their marketing. How do you do your market? Well, how do you target to your clients? Well, the manufacturing version of ABC LLC, Sue blurts out in the meeting, well, we have 3 product lines and we target these particular niches or niches within the market. Okay. What's the demand for those product lines? Bob blurts out, well, first product line is suffering a little bit. Demand has dropped. Second product line, oh, it's stable. Third is our newest. Oh, it's strong. Very few competitors in the market on that third product line of our manufacturing. Then we say to them, or your loan officer would say to them, Bob, Sue, and Jane, tell us about your financing. Of course, this is Jane's world, the CFO's world. She says, well, tell us about your bank, your other bank financing. What? Traditionally, most banks have the attitude in America, oh, no, they only bank with us. And then the Great Recession hit in 08, 09. And then a lot of banks realized, including community banks like your banks, realized maybe it'd be better if we're a little diverse, meaning they do bank with a few other banks in town. Spread the risk around a little bit. Also, Jane, CFO, tell us about your non-bank financing. Right below that one, if you'd put in your notes, pardon me, please, trade financing. Because within the trader industry, we talked about this earlier, they provide credit to their customers, they create a receivable that we take as collateral. And hopefully they get paid. They're the lender in that regard. But they also have payables. ABC LLC owes their suppliers. They have 3 product lines. They have about 4 or 5 different suppliers of the raw material that goes into the process. Say to Jane, right there in front of Bob and Sue, or your loan officer would, tell us about your suppliers. How much credit have they provided? Oh, this first one, $500,000 open line. This one, oh, only 100,000. This other one, 250 or whatever. That's good to know. Not just good to know, but it's good to know that they have credit in their industry beyond your bank credit. Spread the risk around a little bit. Jane, tell us about your accounting system. Tell us about your taxes. If you put underneath taxes, now, before I say this, the 2 taxes you want to inquire on, right in front of Bob, Sue, and Jane, I beg of you, you want to be smooth in the way you approach them. You don't want to be kind of accusatory or try not to embarrass them. But here are the 2. Underneath taxes, I put a 1 and a 2. Number 1, are you current? This is the question. Are you current in your quarterly reserve tax payments? Are you current? Now, when are the quarterly reserve tax payments due for the self-employed? Here are the 4 dates. April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th of the next year, but for the previous fourth quarter. April 15th, June 15th, just a couple days ago, June 15th, April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th of the next year, but for the previous fourth quarter of the year. That's number one. And that's what Bob and Sue send in, if you will. Because they're not W-2 employees where they have a paycheck every other week or twice a month or whatever, like you do in the bank. No, they've got to send in those where the tax is taken out each period. Second tax, that's huge risk to your bank if they're not current. Weekly payroll tax, weekly payroll tax. Number two, weekly payroll tax. So once again, this three-step model is within the management section. So it's not just Bob and Sue have been with us for 20 years. We love them. They love us. They love us. We love them, whatever. No, it's like, wait a minute, as a management team, how are they doing on their marketing? How are they doing on their financing? And then if you'll turn with me, how are they doing overall in management of their people and processes? I'd highlight or circle those two. People and processes, not just the accounting, not just the sales or the marketing, but what about the manufacturing through the window from their office into the warehouse in the small light manufacturing process? Tell us about your GM, your general manager that runs the plant. What's their background? Wow. What's their strength? People are greatest asset. Part B. That's really what we're trying to get at. And then also part C. Tell us about your senior management team. Let's say that ABC LLC is not a small manufacturer. Let's say it's a larger. So we're kind of shifting the business again. 500 employees. Whoa, but it's still privately held. Now you've got a full management team. It's way deeper, if you will. Lastly, in this section, tell us about your succession plan. Underneath part D, if you put a 1 and a 2, number 1, legal, number 2, human, if you would, please. Number 1, legal, number 2, human. What do you mean by legal? Well, in number 1, under part D, do you, Bob and Sue, do you have a trust, a living trust? Do you have your wills in place? Do you have a buy-sell agreement? Well, this ties us into number 2, the human. Who is your successor? Oh, we've got our adult daughter, one of our daughters. You know, we've got 3 kids. We've got a son and 2 daughters, and 2 of them go, no way. Nothing to do with the business, but our one daughter, boy, she's active in the business. She's our successor. Now, we've already worked it out legally back on the buy-sell, where, you know, a certain percentage of the benefit of the business will, inheritance-wise, go to second daughter and son. But our first daughter, oh no, she's running the ship. Those 2 others, they're different career paths and so forth. Succession plan is huge. One other one I would ask, it's legal, sort of, but it also ties into human. Do you have key person life insurance on Bob's head, on Sue's head? That's huge, huge. Moving right along. 3-step model to assist you to improve your loan write-up or credit memo. Let's move forward. That's in the management, of course, section 4. Now section 5, the risk assessment, mitigation, conclusion, summary section of the write-up. I see these all the time because I teach that class and I get examples and so forth. teach other classes where the credit analysts or loan officers asked to bring examples of write-ups, real, black out all the name, confidential information. And you look at the fifth and final step of the loan write-up, and it's like a one-liner, or it doesn't even exist. There is no summary of the risk. Here are multiple categories of risk that I'm not proposing you address all of these, but maybe 2 or 3 of them in your summary. Liquidity, pricing, boy, with inflation, whoa, and interest rates, compliance even. Oftentimes as bankers, we oftentimes think, oh, well, we're subject to all these banking regulations, compliance. Well, the average business in America, average industry has some regulations themselves. Reputation risk, I'd highlight that one. From a business standpoint, legitimate. Wow. And strategic, I'd highlight 4 and 5 in particular on this page. Strategic is big, big, big picture. Like, where are they going? Big picture, including Bob and Sue planning for retirement and for their daughter to take over. Further on the risk assessment, section 5, every bank once a year has an audit from the bank examiners, and you're given a CAMELS rating. It's 1 to 5. 1 is the strongest, 5 is the weakest. Most banks today are 1 or 2, believe it or not, 1 or 2. Back in 08, 09, during the Great Recession, no, 4s and 5s. Well, where does the acronym CAMELS come from? It comes from this model: C for capital, A for asset, M for management, E earnings, L liquidity, S sensitivity to market risk, including interest rate swings like today. Now, the feds have also included technology. Now, this is on your bank, all banks in America. Now, the CAMELS rating is not disclosed traditionally to the public. Senior management, board of directors, that's it. I'm proposing you could use a similar model. Maybe don't call it CAMELS, because people are going to go, oh, that's the bank, internally. But at least some, if not all of this model, to summarize the risk of your loan. Now, for the bank, it's like the capital, equity versus debt versus equity, asset quality of the loans, management, the bank's management, how strong, how weak, earnings, liquidity of the bank, sensitivity, market rate, or market risk once again. But it could be used to summarize. Here's another model down below. Pardon me. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, known as the SWOT model. It's an old tried and true management model from way back, from decades ago. You could use this in the summary of your write-up. You say strengths, you could even use bullet points, weaknesses, bullet points, and then maybe opportunities and even threats. Opportunities would be, from a marketing standpoint, goes back to the first of the 3-step on the management. And the threats are competitors to your company that you're analyzing. My recommendation is, if you use bullet points in your summary conclusion of the risk, the mitigation, the 5th and final area of your write-up, pardon me, my recommendation is use bullet points, strengths, weaknesses, for example, but then have 1 or 2 small paragraphs down below. My personal opinion, it not only looks better, but I think it rounds out the concept. So they see the strengths, meaning the reader, they see the weaknesses, but then they also see, if you will, read a few little paragraphs. Questions on this? Questions on sections? We did 3 pretty much earlier, the laylock. We did 3, the financial analysis. We'll do even more this next month on some of these other classes, the key ratio, tax, and so forth. But 4 and 5, a lot of lenders struggle. Like, what do we put in there? Any questions on this? Any questions? Josh, any questions or comments on the loan write-up or credit
Nope.
memo?
Nope.
Got it. Sam, any questions or comments at all?
No questions.
Got it. Thank you. Now let's turn forward. Now we go to loan committee. Okay. We're going to start into this and then we're going to take our first break of the afternoon. Okay. In your presentation, and before we even say this, I'm going to ask a couple of you, do you actually present at committee right now? Or at least have you been at committee as an observer, where you're just on, kind of on the outskirts of the room or the side, and you're just looking or observer. You're like an observer, if you will. Leah, have you ever presented at committee and or have you ever attended a committee meeting, loan committee?
I don't present currently, but I have attended.
Good. So you're starting to get a feel for how it flows. Is that true?
Yep, that's true.
Good. Thank you. Spencer, how about you? Spencer, do you present or have you, or at least been to observe loan committee?
I have not presented, but all of our analysts and lenders sit in on it every single week.
Good. So you're getting that experience. Good. Nick, how about you? Nick, in your world, do you present or at least have you observed?
I do not present, but I do observe.
Okay, good. All right. It can be challenging. It can be nerve-wracking. Okay, Haley, what about you? Do you present? Do you present at committee or at least observe? Do you present, Haley? Okay. I know it's only 2 weeks, but have you seen a loan committee? Okay. I attend weekly, haven't presented yet. Okay, thank you. Alex, how about you? Do you present or at least observe? Alex, do you present at loan committee?
I don't, but I have sat in and we do pipe in sometimes when the lenders have questions or other comments.
Okay, got it. Dominic, how about you? Do you present at committee?
I actually sit in weekly, and I have been given the duty by a few of the different lenders to present some of their credits when they're not in.
Okay, good, excellent. And generally the general career path is that if you choose to do this, move from credit analyst to loan officer, is you eventually start presenting each week or every other week or what have you. Good. Now let's look at some tips or techniques to improve. This is a big assumption that within the next year or 2 or 3, you'll be presenting. In fact, I'm just going to ask Josh straight out before we go into this. Do you think within the next couple of years, Josh, you'll actually be presenting, or do you present right now?
No, I'm also brand new to it, but yes, I will be presenting soon.
Soon, and not a year or 2, but even in the next few months, maybe. Okay. These are some tips. Look under number 1 to improve your skill set. Pardon me. Technical versus management. When you're presenting to committee, they've already read your write-up, your credit memo, in theory. You sent it out ahead of time, a few days ahead of time. Sometimes you get the impression they didn't read it because they're asking questions that you clearly addressed in the write-up. So you have to be polite and say, well, it's on page number 2 or page number 5 or whatever. Here's a tip. When you present, don't spend as much time on the technical as on the management of the company. And this is one reason why we spent extra time on step number 4 of the write-up credit memo on management, because you've got to consider your audience. You're all at community banks. Your loan committee usually consists of probably 2 executives, the president of the bank, chief credit officer, chief credit administrator, whoever, and then 4 or 5 or 6 directors, outside directors that are not bankers traditionally. Some of them don't even have much of an accounting or finance background. So my recommendation is do the technical, explain some of the key ratios and the debt coverage ratios and so forth. But spend at least a little more time on the management. Who is Bob? Who are Bob and Sue? Who's Jane? Who's George, their independent CPA? What's their background? What's their skill set? How is their management team? Because otherwise you may lose part of your audience. Look at number 2. Here's another tip. How long should the presentation be? I put in your notes less than 5 minutes. In my opinion, in my experience, having presented at committee, even sat on committee as a member in the past, less than 5 minutes. Now that's your formal presentation. That does not include the members of the committee, discussing, negotiating, haggling, whatever you want to say, the deal. That could go on for 15, 20 minutes or more. But your presentation, less than 5. Here's another tip under number 3. These are all tips, techniques. Style of presentation, I beg of you, put clear and concise. In your presentation, clear and concise. What about number 4? At the end of your presentation, do not let them just hang, so to speak. Don't let them just hang there. I would put under number 4 the phrase, I recommend approval. I recommend approval. Or something like, based upon this analysis, based upon this presentation, based upon this loan write-up, I recommend approval. You want them to act, and of course, in your favor. You're not there just to get shot down. No, usually most deals are pre-screened out before they get to committee, but still it could happen. I've seen it. I'm sure several of you have seen that. I recommend approval. Okay, with that, let's go ahead before we continue. We've got one little more part on loan committee, but before we do that, let's go ahead and take our first 5-minute break of the afternoon. We'll come on back and we can turn to page number 31. We're going to do an activity, the do's and don'ts of loan committee. So let's turn to page 31 and we'll stop right there and let's take our 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you in 5. Welcome back, everyone. We'll take just a moment and get started. Okay, take just a moment. We'll come on back and we'll do this activity and just keep going forward in the commercial lending process, loan process. Okay, here we go. Sam, are you with us? Can you, if you can do the sound check, please.
I can hear you good.
Great. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. Now, the do's and don'ts to loan committee. I'd like everyone to spend just a few minutes on this and write down at least 2 or 3 or 4 do's and 2 or 3 or 4 don'ts. You've all, some of you have actually presented, but all of you, at least seems like most of the class, you've observed at least. So write down, what do you think, pardon me, are some do's, 2 or 3 do's, and 2 or 3 or 4 don'ts. 2 or 3 or 4 do's, 2 or 3 or 4 don'ts. Meaning, what should you do? What should you not do? Let me illustrate. I'm going to give you one on each. Do arrive early, 10 minutes early. Arrive to the meeting. Do not just run in. I've seen people do this. They got their file and they're running in and they're huffing and puffing and they run into the meeting and they're the first one to present. And they sit down and you can just see they haven't even collected their thoughts. Do arrive early, 10 minutes. Don't, you'll love this. Do not or don't chew gum. A lot of people do because they're nervous and it helps them calm down. I saw a loan officer once when I was in committee. I was presenting and then mine was done and this other person started to present. He was so nervous. He was chewing a huge wad of gum. He got about halfway through his presentation and the wad of gum flipped out of his mouth, flipped up into the air. And luckily, all the committee members were looking at the loan write-up and and he grabbed it in midair, the gum, the big wad of gum, and stuck it back in his mouth. I'm serious. And I looked at that, I cracked up. I didn't laugh, but in my mind, I thought, oh man. And I looked around the room, I looked at the table really quick. Nobody saw it, thankfully for him. So don't chew gum or candy, but usually it's gum. Take just a moment or so. Write down a few do's and a few don'ts. I'll ask a few of you your thoughts on both of these. What are some do's? I gave you one on each side. Do arrive 10 minutes early. I'd write that down. Don't chew gum. Pardon me. What are some do's that you've seen? Good things to do. What are some things I've seen that and that didn't work quite well for that loan officer or whoever presenting? I'd avoid doing that. Take just another moment or so, please. Pardon me. Okay, here we go. Spencer, can you give us 1 or 2 of your do's, please?
Yeah, the first do that I had was to make sure you pre-screen your presentation with some senior members of the lending team.
Ooh, that's good. That's good because it's basically buy-in. That is good. What's another do, Spencer?
I said keep it short and properly informative.
Good. Like we said, less than 5 minutes, clear, concise, good. Nick, what's another one of your do's? What's 1 or 2 of your do's, please?
To be prepared.
Okay, good. Excellent. All right. Haley, what would you say if you type into the system? Haley, what is 1 of your do's? What's 1 of your do's? While Haley types that in, Alex, what is 1 or 2 of your do's?
don't ramble. And then one of my do's is explain oddities and exceptions. Don't let them have to find it to ask a question on it.
Good. Address it up front. Good. Dominic, what's one or two of your do's?
I would say highlight the most important and the management side, but then also some of the negatives, kind of mitigate them with some other factors that may be at play.
Okay, good. Excellent. Haley, oh, here's Haley. Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. Spencer nailed both on the head. Short and sweet, she says. Haley says, senior management review prior to the delivery of your deal. Absolutely. Like I mentioned, boy, most deals before they go to committee, you want those pre-screened. Support, basically. Thank you, Haley. Those were good. Okay, now, Josh, don'ts. I said, don't chew gum. Josh, what are one or two of your don'ts? Please.
Don't mumble or speak softly, and don't be unprepared.
Good. Don't mumble, speak softly. Don't be unprepared. Good. Sam, what about you? Sam, what are your one or two don'ts, if you will?
I said not to ramble, to make sure to focus on the key points.
Good. Don't just ramble along. Good. Key points. I like that. Hit the key points. Spencer, how about you? Just one or two don'ts, pardon me. What are one of your two or your don'ts?
One of my don'ts was don't guess answers to questions if you don't know. If you don't know the answer to the question, get back to them later.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, I would put this in your notes. Don't lie. I've seen situations when I was on your side of the table where a loan committee member legitimately had a question and you could tell that the loan officer just made up the answer. Sometimes they got away with it. Sometimes it came back to bite the loan officer because the director, like the outside director or whoever the member of the committee, loan committee, found out that that was not the truth, where it was a totally different situation. And the committee member says the credibility of the loan officer gone. Wow. Good. We'll do one more. Nick, what is one more don't, if you would, please? Do you have a don't for us? Nick, go ahead.
There's quite a few good ones so far, but I would say don't assume that people know the customer or their business.
Oh, that's good.
Try to be thorough in your write-up.
Good. You got to be thorough because it could be. I've seen this. Oh, that's interesting you say that. I've even seen this, Nick, where you think I've gone into when I've presented before in the past. I thought, oh, everybody on the committee knows this guy, this person, or Bob and Sue. Turns out, two people don't know him at all. Like, who are they? And you just I just assumed, and you learn the fast way. You learn really quick. Don't assume that everybody knows this person or this couple or whoever runs or owns this business or this management team, or maybe there are three owners, three partners in the deal. Good. That's good. These were all very, very good, everyone. Do's and don'ts. Okay, let's move forward. Now we have formal loan approval. If you'd be so kind at the top of this page, right above loan documentation, if you will please put in your notes, loan approval. Now we go to the next step of the commercial lending process. We go into loan docs. Now, most of you probably use what are called standardized loan docs, meaning it's a canned software like SageWorks or Flow or some other software. Haley, do you know, Haley, the name of the software at your bank? The software to generate the documents. Do you know the name? And while she types that in, Alex, do you know the name of your software? Is it Laser Pro? Is it Compliance One? Is it Flow? What do you know the name of your software?
It's compliance one.
Compliance one. Okay. Haley says it's Laser Pro for her. For whatever it's worth, the most dominant software in America, in our industry, is Laser Pro. Now that's my observation, training all over the country. But whether or not it's Laser Pro or Compliance One, it doesn't really matter, or even attorney drawn documents. We're going to, in this section of the commercial loan process, section 5 of our 7 sections, we're going to talk about some of the most important parts or aspects of the loan documents from a legal standpoint. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I teach business law and so forth. Promissory note is the most important document. It is the contract between bank and borrower. From a legal standpoint, if you would add this to your notes next to promissory note, the attorneys called the promissory note the evidence of the debt. The evidence of the debt. Okay, now, what are the steps of the contract? Number one, offer and acceptance. We offer to Bob and Sue, and Jane's involved. She's involved in the process, the CFO, but we offer them a particular deal. Do they accept our offer? Yes or no? Maybe, maybe not. If they do accept our offer, or after they've counter offered, we've gone back and forth, we've negotiated, we got a deal. From a legal perspective, this is another legal phrase I would highlight or circle: genuine mutual assent, meaning the meaning of the minds. It's a legal phrase that means you got a deal. Genuine mutual assent. Look at step number 2. Do Bob and Sue have legal capacity to enter into this contract, what's known as the promissory note? The most important document of all. Oh, by far. Well, are they minors? No, they're both in their 40s. Are they drunk, drugged, insane? Hopefully not. Otherwise, they are not legally, they don't have the legal capacity to contract with your bank. What about number 3? This number 3 is one that often, I find oftentimes is missed in this discussion of the promissory note, the contract between bank and borrower. It's called consideration, exchange of value. What do you mean by that? There must be an exchange of value. There must be an exchange of value. We give ABC LLC $750,000 to buy this piece of equipment. Bob and Sue, on behalf of ABC LLC, signed the promissory note. They signed personal guarantees, but they signed other documents for the LLC as well. There's an exchange. They promise to pay back the loan principal, including interest. There's an exchange. There has to be, legally, to make it legal. What's this 20% rule of thumb I put off to the side? Most banks use the 20% rule of thumb. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that if an individual or even a company, it could be another LLC or S Corp, C Corp, whatever, if they own 20% or more of the borrowing entity, ABC LLC in our example, and Bob owns 50%, Sue owns 50%, most banks will say, we require your guarantee. Most banks will use 20%, some 25%. Now, how can they do it? It's because of consideration. It is quote unquote assumed, that's a big word, that with 20% or more ownership in the LLC, the borrowing entity, the owner that has 20% or more, the principal or owner, is going to personally benefit to where, hey, in this exchange, we as the bank can require their guarantee. Dominic, do you know in your bank, do you use the 20% or 25%? Some banks use 25. Do you know?
I believe it's 20% in our policy.
Got it. Most banks are. Thank you for that. Josh, how about in your bank? Josh, do you know in your bank what percentage?
I believe it's 20 as well.
Got it. Yeah,
Could be
most
wrong.
banks. No, that's good. I'd write that on that list and just, kind of, hey, double check it. But most banks are 20. Number 4, the fourth step of the contract, legal. To make this a legal contract, the promissory note, we cannot lend into illegal activities. Does that make sense? In other words, if it's an illegal business or an illegal situation, our promissory note will not stand up in court. If there's a default, which we'll talk about on the back end of our section 5 today, which is the whole process of the commercial lending. So it must be legal. Now, what about marijuana? Okay, let me ask Sam, is marijuana legal in the state of Michigan? I know this one from
It
previous
is.
classes. Go ahead.
Yes,
Is it legal for medical and recreation?
yes,
Yes, I knew that one as well. Thank you, Sam. It's legal in Nevada, both sides. Legal in California, both sides. Some states, no. Some states, neither. Now, this gets a little tricky. State law says in Michigan, oh, we can bank the marijuana industry. Federal law says, no way, it's illegal. We don't care what the state of Michigan says. Wow. It's a controversy. It's a conflict. Now, technically, and by the way, your bank is FDIC insured, it's federal, even though you may be a state chartered bank. I would put underneath the word marijuana, right there underneath marijuana, the SAFE Act. It's called the SAFE Act, SAFE. It's happening right now in the US Congress. Now, it's already passed the House of Representatives. Whether it passes the Senate, whether it becomes law, who knows? It's called the SAFE Act. It's SAFE, like the safe or vault in your bank. That stands for Secure and Fair Enforcement Act. Secure and Fair Enforcement Act, or SAFE Act for short. Now, if it goes through, will it make marijuana legal nationwide? No. What it will do is it will lower the friction between federal law and state law relative to banking. That's what it will do. But I emphasize, it doesn't mean your bank has to bank the marijuana industry. Just you can, without the hassle. You can bank the marijuana industry today. A bank can legally, but the compliance most banks have found, it's not worth it. You lose money in the process. But not if in theory, not if the SAFE Act goes through. Okay, it won't force your bank to bank the marijuana industry. Spencer, we're behind closed doors. In your biased opinion, if the SAFE Act goes through, will your bank step up and bank the marijuana industry? Yes or no, in your opinion?
I would say no, as our bank is headquartered in Wisconsin.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nick, how about you? How about your bank, Nick?
I would be very surprised if we did.
So I take that as a no, right?
I doubt it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you never know. I mean, if it ever becomes law and things change, wow. But your bank is not under any obligation to bank the marijuana industry or any industry, really. You can say, we have legitimate reasons we're not going to bank this industry, whatever. Number 5 must be in writing. to make this a legitimate contract, the promissory note. If you turn forward, a few other documents, a little bit more on this documentation section. Revolving line of credit, we talked about interest only, it's open-ended variable rate. You'd have a promissory note, you'd have the UCC1 filing, do a UCC search. You may even have what is called, for the fair market value, FMV, the BBC or borrowing base certificate. Cover that in another class. It's where we exclude the older receivables, like over 90 days and so forth. And that's what you would have on the line. What about the equipment loan? Promissory note, UCC filing, UCC search, maybe an appraisal if it's a large multi-million-dollar equipment deal. Otherwise, you go off of invoice. How about the permanent CRE loan, commercial real estate loan, the building? Promissory note, the mortgage deed, title search, an appraisal, flood. Okay, Haley, I know you're rather new to this, but have you had any experience or discussion on flood determination or flood insurance? Is the building in a floodplain, or a floodplain, if you will? If you had any on that, any on the flood. Okay, while we wait on that, Alex, how about you? Any experience with the flood insurance, flood determination?
Yes, yeah, we have.
Okay, so you do those, or you're familiar with that within your bank? Good, thank you. Haley says, yes, we do, all the way. Thank you, Haley. Insurance, of course, on the equipment, insurance on the building. Number 6. Now, our next phase of commercial lending. In the process, we close the loan. Let me ask you, Dominic, do you actually close on the loans? Do you personally sit down with the Bobs and Sues, or have you, even with the loan officer, do you have experience closing the loans? That means sign them up.
I have only sat in with the loan officer during that. I have never actually ran that session myself.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Josh, how about you? Josh, have you ever sat down and actually either close the loan yourself and or with another party? Do you close the loans?
Yes.
Which means they sign up. You sign them up, basically. You've done it, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Now, look at these tips. Here are some tips. Tip number 1 is H1. When you sign them up or close the loan, same thing. And some of you have just observed, you've been in the closing, but you haven't been the lead. Some, like Josh, you've done it, and some of you will do it in the future. The first tip on this page, if you would circle or highlight over to the right, the word educator. If you would highlight the word educator. Okay, now, when you sign them up and you on a revolving line of credit, interest only, 12 months, so forth, or the letter of credit, or either type of letter of credit, or even the commercial real estate loan. And the commercial in the construction in particular, where you'd sit down and explain, hey, there's going to be 4 or 5 or 6 draws. Well, what's a draw? They look at you like, what's a draw? Well, that means we disperse as the building is built. This is the first tip. Think in terms of your role as an educator. I beg of you, this first tip is huge in my opinion. When you sit down with that borrower, especially if they are for lack of a better word, a newer business or less sophisticated or smaller, whatever, however you want to word it. Pardon me. Take a few extra minutes and explain how the product works. I've seen loan officers, I've seen others that will sign them up And they just, well, here, sign this. Okay, shake their hand. They're out the door. And then a day or two later, they start calling you or texting you or, pardon me, whatever. Well, how do we access the line of credit? Oh, well, you have to call our office and then we advance and then you call back, we pay back. Once a month, we send the invoice with the interest. And if there's any principal owing, you can also pay down. Well, what about the letters of credit? Boy, there's a lot to those two types of letters of credit we went in depth on. What about the construction loan? Pardon me, the construction loan, the same idea. Tip number 2, please, everyone circle or highlight positive image. When you close the loan, this is the time for the bank to shine. Now, don't go overboard, but I would just, you're kind of tooting your own horn, so to speak. It's an old saying, hey, hey, we helped you out. We did good. Especially if it was a tough loan and they know that you worked hard on it. Remind them, don't go overboard, but hey, we're the bank. We're in this together. We're now building or further building this relationship. But I've seen lenders that commercial lenders that just sign you up. There's no mention of, hey, we don't not just help you, but we worked hard. We both worked hard. Kind of remind them without going overboard. The same with number 3, the third tip, I would circle cross sale. Cross sale. This, in my opinion, is the opportune time to cross sell other products and services of the bank. Absolutely. All you have to say is this: you're sitting down with Bob, Sue, Jane, and they're signing on that new line of credit or equipment loan or CRE loan or all 3. You say, hey, we noticed, Bob and Sue, we don't have all your deposits, your personal deposits. They're at the other bank, and they look at each other, they look at you, and they say, oh, we'll move them. How hard was that cross sale? How long was it? Less than 5 seconds? Now do it. You've got to time it right. Obviously, don't do it before they sign the documents. My personal opinion, have them sign it. And when you're kind of sitting chit-chatting, say, hey, I just remembered something, da-da-da-da-da, boom. Oh, yeah. Generally, during the close, and I would add this on your notes at the bottom of this page, this is a time to celebrate with Bob and Sue. This is the time to celebrate with them. And if Jane's in the close, the CFO as well, because she may have been an integral part, not only providing information, but explaining some things to you that, you explain to your management, and, oh, okay, that makes sense. And away we go. Moving right along. Now, the next step, we monitor the loan. We're going to do a quick activity on this. Under I-1, list at least 3 or 4 items. Everyone, if you'll do this. Under I-1, if you'll list 3 or 4 items that you would track for that in your quote unquote tickler system. Now, if you see under number 2 down in the middle there, this can be an automated system. Usually a larger bank, it's automated. In a small community bank, oh no, you manually have to send out those notices. But list at least 3 or 4 items in the tickler system, if you would. What are 3 or 4 items that you would track for typically? Pardon me. Take just a minute, just take a moment or two, if you would. List 3 or 4 items, if you would, please. Three or 4, but be specific. What items are you going to track for? If it's automated system, boy, you send out that little notice. If it's manually done, you send out the notice still, but you're typing it up or you're emailing it or whatever. It's not just automatic. Okay, here we go. Sam, can you give us at least one or two of these, please?
I have business tax returns and UCC filings.
Oh, that's good. The business tax returns for them and the UCC, that's a reminder to us because they're only good for 5 years. So at the end of 4.5 years, boy, and or if you're following up with them, then it's from them. Good. Even though we do it, it's good. They have input. Good. Spencer, how about you? What are one or two items that you would track for, if you will, in this monitoring?
Yeah, guarantor personal tax returns and personal financial statements.
Good. Excellent. And Nick, how about you? We'll do one more. Nick, how about you? What are one or two items you would track for, please?
Maybe, I don't know if somebody said accounts receivable or not.
No, accounts receivable aging report would be good.
Yeah.
Any others, Nick? Okay, good. Thank you for those, everyone. That was good. One last thought, we move forward. You see the automation, you see the human. If you have an automated system, sometimes it becomes kind of out of sight, out of mind. Don't let the automated system send the same notice out to Bob and Sue and Jane 3 or 4 or 5 times, and they have mailed the tax return into your bank. The last 2 times they physically brought the tax returns into your bank, your branch, or your office. Don't beat them up. Try not to let the system do that. But please, do you control the system? Don't let the system control you. Okay, now, collections. The last step of section 5 of our 7 sections. Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. I would highlight this. This is huge. This is the law. This governs our collection effort. Now let's step back for just a moment. This is just a little snippet on collections. For whatever it's worth, in other classes I do full scale problem loan workout and so forth. But this is really the crux of it, kind of summary form. We cannot violate this law. Now, technically, I would add this to your notes at the top right-hand side of this page. Pardon me. Technically, this law only applies when it's a consumer loan, number 1. And number 2, your bank has, in the circumstances, you have to have hired a third-party collection agency. So technically, once again, this law only applies when, number 1, it's a consumer loan, not a mortgage loan, not a commercial loan, definitely. Number 2, your bank has to hire a collection agency. So if you're a consumer lender and you make a consumer loan, or you're a commercial lender and you make a consumer loan, auto loan, whatever, technically, and you're collecting now direct, this doesn't apply either. Has to be a consumer loan, number 1. Number 2, you have to have a third-party collection agency involved in the collection. Now, having said that, most jurisdictions in America, if not all, they expect all forms of lenders to adhere to this law. And I'm just going to say it, another way of saying it is, I beg of each of you, never violate any of these component parts, 1 through 7. No way. In my personal opinion, because it could come back and haunt you, come back to bite you. Let's go through each one of these. Look at the postcard. Lenders used to send out a postcard to intimidate the borrowers. You cannot do that. Look at number 2. You call up Bob and Sue, and I'm talking about business Bob and Sue, commercial, ABC LLC, and Sue picks up. And she says, and you're trying to get the payment on the line of credit or the equipment loan or the commercial real estate loan. And she stops you and says, oh, we forgot to tell you, loan officer, commercial loan officer, our account officer, we forgot to tell you. We are now represented by Jones and Jones. Well, who's that? It's the law firm in town. You know who they are. She even says, oh, do you know them? Yeah, we know them. Of course, they're 2 blocks from your bank and you bank them. She says, Sue says, well, you need to call Smitty. So that's his nickname, Smitty. He's one of the lead attorneys. You need to call Smitty down at Jones and Jones and basically end of conversation. You cannot circumvent Jones and Jones law firm, go around them. No, you've got to, what happens is you got to get your bank attorney to call Smitty, their attorney. Wow. Look at number 3, time zone, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. based on the borrower's time zone. Now, you're in the UP. If you're in the UP, Iron Mountain, Iron River, they're in Central Time. Yeah. Versus Marquette, versus Detroit, versus Lansing, versus Grand Rapids, Eastern Time. Wow. Or maybe Bob and Sue are in California on business, not vacation, business, for whatever reason. And they're based in Marquette, Eastern Time. Okay. 8:30 in the morning in Marquette, Michigan. And they're in San Fran. Okay. What time is it in San Francisco, California, if it's 8:30 in Marquette? Haley, we're going to ask you if you can tell us what time is it in San Francisco where Bob and Sue are at. And it's based off where they're at, not you're at. You can tell us what time is it? It's 8:30 in the morning in Marquette. What time is it in San Francisco? Okay, here she goes. Here she goes. Too early to call. I love it. That's great. Thank you, Haley. Oh, I love it. Alex, what time is it in San Fran? Any idea?
5:30.
It is 5:30 in the morning. You are right on the money. Wow, you violated this law. Look at number 4, place of employment only with permission. Look at number 5. Number 5, in my opinion, number 5 is a huge example or area of, especially as a commercial lender, you avoid. You cannot communicate with others, especially if you're in a small town. You're in a small town outside of Lansing, and you're in some barbecue or some social function this coming weekend. Yeah. And you go this weekend and you're going, and then you slip and you say something. Oh, wait a minute. You cannot communicate with other parties. What if it's a week from now and you're at a Chamber of Commerce function a week from now, and you're at a mixer from 4 to 5 in the afternoon, and you're having a drink, and another lender from another bank walks up to you in your town and says, hey, we're chasing Bob and Sue, ABC LLC. We've got 3 loans. We understand you've got 3 loans as well. What do we do? Do we say, oh, well, and they say, well, what are you guys doing? This is what we're doing. You let that other lender violate number 5. But you just say, hey, this is a party. Come on, this is a mixer. Let's go have another drink. Pardon me, what about number 6? You call up Bob and Sue, Jane. Bob answers the phone. He says, in a nice way, he says, can you guys stop bothering us? Oh, no problem, Bob. But Bob, we will use all of our rights to collect on the debt. Now, I personally believe, this is my personal opinion only, I would not insert the word legal. I would just say all of our rights, or we'll use all of our ability to collect on the debt, but we will stop we'll stop. No, we don't want to use harassing. We'll stop contacting you for now, but we will use all of our rights. We're giving them a hint that we will repossess, we'll foreclose, we will seek a legal judgment, we'll sue them, you name it, the whole 9 yards. Lastly, no harassment. Please, if you'll put an A and a B down below that, an A and a B down below number 7. Okay. A and B. A, no profanity. No profanity. B, no threat of bodily harm. No profanity and no threat of bodily harm. None of it's allowed. Now, what if you're in this small town right outside of Lansing and you've known Bob and Sue since high school, even junior high, and you've known them? You pick up the phone, and all of a sudden Bob picks up the phone. You call him and he picks up, and you're chit chatting. You say, "Hey Bob, we need that payment. Yeah, we'll get it to you." And you say, "Hey Bob, if I don't get that payment by tomorrow morning, I'm going to come out and break your kneecaps." And Bob laughs and you laugh. And 4 months later, you're in open court. And their attorney is there, your attorney's there, and you're sitting next to your attorney, your bank's attorney. And all of a sudden, the opposing attorney stands up and says, "Your Honor," right in open court, "Your Honor, we want the court to know that the loan officer who is sitting in the courtroom today," the attorneys will always emphasize that, "he called my client and threatened to come out and break his kneecaps if they didn't make the payment." And your attorney, she's standing there, she's sitting there, she looks at you and she whispers, "Did you really say that?" "Oh, I was just kidding. I was just kidding." Whoa. It is not going to work in favor of your bank. I beg of you, do no profanity and no threat of bodily harm. None. You cannot do it. Now, not to speak out of school, but in the old days, in our industry, many in the 30s and 20s and so forth and earlier, banks would enforce collection with a billy club. They literally would. We won't even go into that, but it's true, historically true, including Bank of America, where I'm an alum from Bank of America, having worked there for several years. Oh yeah, back in the 30s and before, oh, they would enforce. Oh yeah, and they wouldn't mix words. And then the Fed stepped in and they realized, we can't do that anymore. No. Questions, Dominic? Any questions on the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act? Any questions on this?
Not at the moment, nope.
You bet. Thank you. Josh, any comments or questions on this one? Please.
Nope, nothing.
Got it. Thank you. Let's move forward. Here we go. Let's turn to our 6th of 7 areas. With this, let's go ahead and take our last 5-minute break. We'll come on back, do our 2 case studies, do a little snippet on marketing, and then we'll do a summary activity and get you on your way for the weekend. Talk to you in 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, for our last little section. We're going to do our case studies, then a little bit of marketing, and then we'll conclude with our activity. Okay, now, Sam, are you with us? Can you do our sound check, please?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. Okay, now our first case study. This is a new requester front end. $250,000 revolving line of credit. If you'll read this scenario, and at the bottom of the page, put a Y or an N. Their debt coverage, you can see their loan to value on their collateral, FICO score. Tell us, look at this case study. Make the credit decision, please. Yes or no, would you do this deal? Would you do this deal? Yes or no? Take a moment, everyone, and answer that question if you would. Would you do this deal? It's a new request. New customer of the bank. Proposed customer. Would you do this deal? Put a Y or an N at the bottom. Okay, here we go. Spencer, yes or no, would you do this deal?
Based off of these 4 points, I would probably say no.
Say it? Okay, no. And by the way, you can't change the parameters. Can't change them. Thank you, Spencer. Nick, what about you? Yes or no, you the lender, commercial lender, would you do this deal?
No.
Would not do this deal. Haley, would you do this deal? Would you do this deal? Okay, here's Haley. Haley says no. Alex, if
No.
you could change, Alex says no. If you could change that loan to value, get it down to 65 or 70%, Alex, would you do this deal?
Maybe we have to
Okay.
take a look at more personal.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Dominic, how about you? If we could get that loan to value down to 65 to 70% on the collateral, would you do this deal? You think, would you probably do it?
At that point, I'd be a little more willing with the terms as is. Definite no.
Okay. You bet. Thank you. Now, in my opinion, you get that loan to value down 65, 70%, clear explanation on that FICO score. Could be that this person went through a divorce a few years ago and they can show you how they've improved their credit since or whatever. Most people would say, yeah, we do the deal. What's the biggest strength in this deal? 8 years in business. Let's turn forward. Our second and final case study. This is the back end. This is more on the collection, more the problem loan workout. The request is under number 4, by the way. The request is bullet point number 4. Would you do this deal? Take just a moment. Read this scenario and answer the question, would you do this deal? Take just a moment on this. Pardon me. Would you give them interest only for 6 months, given the situation? Okay, Josh, how about you? Would you do this deal, Josh? Would you do this deal? Yes or no?
Yes, I would.
You would do it. Sam, how about you?
I would do.
You would do it. Spencer, how about you?
I would also do it.
Okay. Most people I show this to would. Now remember, owner occupied is where 51, this business owns or occupies 51% or more of the building, and the owners own both the operating business and the building. They lease one to the other. It's $2.5 million office building loan. The embezzlement was 150,000, not 150 million, 150,000. Well, you know, it hurts. But most people would say, most lenders I show this to say, oh yeah, credit analyst, loan officer will do this deal. Now, I would do one other thing besides just, oh yeah, we'll approve this. I would encourage them, or the bank should encourage them, to put safeguards in place so this doesn't get repeated. Because you would be shocked as a CFO working with contract CFO working with multiple companies. You would be shocked how many companies have an embezzlement like this, and a year or two later they have it all over again with the next controller. Not to pick on controllers, but they put no safeguards in place. It's like, what? I had a client once that had this happen. I had a couple of CFO clients over the years, and they hired a person, and she was not ripping them off huge amounts like 150, but over time it added up to a sizable amount of money. And the owner found out, and you won't believe this, he kind of just looked the other way, and then eventually let this person go, this controller go. The next controller comes in, and I said to him, and I'm the CFO, the contract CFO, and I'm working with the owner and working with the company. And I said, okay, well, we're going to put some safeguards in place. He goes, well, why would we do that? I'm going, what? Didn't we just have an embezzlement? Yeah, but it wasn't that big of money. And then he kind of looked at me and he goes, oh, well, I guess it was, if you consider that she was probably doing this over the last 3 or 4 years. Wow. Now, having said that, I would put in your notes at the bottom of this page, the double L, lender liability, LL. We don't want to come across as controlling the business or telling them exactly what to do. No way. We can kind of breach the imaginary line of encouraging them to put safeguards in place versus telling them exactly what to do. We don't want to tell them what to do, because if we do and it backfires, they're going to sue us. They're going to sue the bank. They'll sue you as the lender. We want to stay clear of what's called the double L, lender liability. Let's move forward. Our 7th and final major area, and then we'll do our close. Marketing. I need to ask the question. We're going to do a class shout out for this. How many of us, it's a yes or no response. How many of you, yes or no, are involved in any way, shape, or form in your current position with marketing the bank? Because we have a lot of credit analysts in our class today, but some credit analysts are, oh, you're strictly technical, no marketing. Others, oh, no, other small community banks that's, no, everybody in the bank markets. We don't care if you're the credit analyst, loan officer, the teller, the president of the bank, the CFO, we don't care who you are. Okay, so let's do a class shout out. Everybody get ready to shout out yes or no. Do you have any involvement at all with marketing? Everybody shout out, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Good. A lot of you do. Okay. Haley does as well. Thank you, Haley, for the input. Okay. Now, marketing the commercial loans. How do you really do it? Well, I put in your notes off to the side of A1. We get out and do it. We get out and meet the clients. Sometimes it's a little nervy. It's like, I'm not used to this. Please take your highlighter. If you've got your highlighter, highlight, practice, practice, practice. The old saying, practice makes perfect. I would also try within your bank to obtain a mentor, someone who is a seasoned lender. I used to have a team leader, a commercial lending team leader, before I became a team leader, and he was the best business development person. Oh, and I would go out with him, and I learned just by his example how he talked to the clients and negotiated with them and so forth. Who are your competitors? Look under part B down below. You're all at community banks. Well, another community bank. Regional banks, large banks in your market potentially. How about non-banks? Credit unions. Nick, do you compete with credit unions ever in your commercial lending? Because credit unions are starting to do business or commercial loans much more than ever before.
We do. There's, I believe, 2 or 3 in our markets.
Yeah. So you see that. Good. Well, credit unions years ago, and we'll keep this light for today, but the US Congress limited years ago the credit union's ability to make business loans, not consumer loans, not mortgage loans, but commercial loans, business loans. They called them MBLs for whatever it's worth. Member business lending. Okay, or loans. Okay, all right. So now the credit unions are limited to like 25% of their capital. And so they're somewhat limited in the amount of the MBLs or member business they can make. Someone figured out, well, the US Congress put this limitation on us, meaning the credit unions. We'll create a separate business, which is known as USO. It stands for Credit Union Service Organization. The CUSO, Credit Union Service Organization. An executive or senior manager from the credit unions typically sits on the board, and the credit union has a partial ownership in the CUSO. So is owned by businessmen and women, kind of like a community bank. So in a sense, what the credit unions have done is created like a little mini community bank as an offshoot of the credit union to get around the rules of the US Congress. Why do we even talk about this? Because the CUSOs often are set up for commercial lending to compete with your bank, or other banks in the market. So when we say credit unions as a competitor, it's not just the traditional credit union, but it's also their CUSOs. Life insurance companies, especially with commercial real estate lending. Finance, leasing companies, ABL, asset-based lending. And that's a specialty on a line of credit. Factoring, where there's a factorer who finances, basically they buy the receivables. Usually that's when the company is going through growing pains or having financial difficulty. They've already maxed out their line of credit with your bank and so forth. I would circle everyone fintech. The fintech companies are the largest and the most rapidly expanding competitors to your bank, including commercial lending. Stands for financial technology companies. Everything's on the cell phone. You may say, well, give us an example. Amazon. I was in Seattle right before the pandemic in a ground-based session. Training. Downtown Seattle. One of the credit analysts, we did the introductions at the start of the morning. He says, well, I'm at ABC Bank today, but it was a Thursday. He goes, oh, but Monday I'm at my new employer. He didn't say bank, and everyone goes, well, where is it? And he kind of says, well, it's Amazon. And then they all said, well, what are you going to do then? I'm going to be a credit analyst. I'm going to be a commercial lender. What? Oh yeah, Amazon is opening a brand new commercial lending unit, and it's full scale. We'll be doing commercial lending everywhere. Huh? And everyone's like, what? And then when someone blurted out, where? And he goes, we're on the 21st floor of this building. And goes, walk to the edge of the building or the edge of the room, look down to the old Macy's building. We're taking most of that building. The commercial lending unit for Amazon. Whoa. Then during the first break, everyone's giving their business cards. Yes, Because Amazon is, I mean, that they're headquartered in the Seattle market, and the jobs pay well, and on and on and on. Moving right along. In conclusion, commercial lending. Think of customer relations. You're dealing with real people, Bob and Sue. You're dealing with their baby under Part B. They consider their baby or their business like their baby. Emotions will run high. We all know that. Most of you have dealt with it to a degree, the Bobs and Sues of the world, and the Jane, the CFO. Think of yourself as a trusted advisor, not a stodgy old commercial lender. But we don't want to breach that double L. We give them hints, we give them ideas. We don't tell them exactly what to do. We don't want to get into the double L, lender liability. Okay, with that, we're going to do our last activity and we'll conclude the class. Okay. Before we do this activity, I just want to reiterate once again, this coming month, Friday, July 15th, key ratio analysis. And that's going to be a webinar based such as today. But then on Thursday, July 28th, scheduled in Marquette, just happens to be in Marquette, credit analysis basics. And on Friday, July 29th, basic personal and business tax return analysis on Friday, the 29th of July, just this next month. Just go onto the website for Michigan Bankers and you'll be able to sign up. Okay, with that, I'd like everyone take just a moment, go back through the material. What are just 2 takeaways from today's session? What are 2 things that will help you personally as a credit analyst, as a loan officer? There's no right or wrong to this. I'm not looking for a magic answer, but go back to the very first of the PowerPoint, your hard copy. Just kind of thumb through. What are 2 takeaways, ideas, things that will benefit you? And if you'll put that at the bottom of this page, and then I'm going to call on each one of you to tell us your 2 items. And as we get going through this, if it's the same, it's okay. You can repeat, say, you don't have to say, well, it's a repeat, it's okay. It's just same idea. What are 2 major takeaways from today's session? Okay. Pardon me. Take just a moment more on this. No right or wrong answer. But what are 2 areas, concepts, whatever? It could be one of the major models we covered. It could be just one little facet of one of the models, the numerous models we covered. What are 2 takeaways? Take just another moment, please. Pardon me. Okay, here we go. Josh, will you give us your 2 takeaways, please?
Just thinking from, when I'm thinking about different deals and looking at financial statements, the 2 rules, rule 1 and rule 2, self to self and self to industry.
Good. 2 general rules of thumb. Good.
And then just the walkthroughs of the cash flows and the debt coverage ratios.
You bet. And our 3 foundational standard, they're kind of foundational standard models. Good. Thank you. Sam, how about you? What are your 2 takeaways, please?
For me, it was discussing the management assessment and the risk assessment and just being able to take that and add more detail into my write-up.
Good. Step number 4 and step number 5 are area 4 and 5. Good. Thank you. Leah, how about you? What are your 2 takeaways, Leah?
So I'm usually on the front end of conversations and meeting with loan officers, which I just had one. So I really appreciated the questions about, are they current on their quarterly and payroll taxes?
Ooh,
And
good. I love it.
yeah. And then again, just learning, diving deeper about their senior management team. I talk about employees a lot with my HR background, but the senior management team one was a good takeaway.
Good. Thank you. Excellent. Spencer, how about you? What are your 2 takeaways, please?
The advantages of the LLC versus the other organizations.
Good.
with
In
the
that
tax and
business
liability.
structure. Good.
And the other one that I think will be very useful going forward is the timing and the approach to the cross-selling, timing it after the loans closed in the celebratory discussion. I think that could be very
Good.
advantageous for getting those across better.
Good. Excellent. Nick, how about you? What are your 2, please?
I would say the management risk assessment for sure, and learning about a Series LLC.
Series LLC. Good. And the management risk assessment and so forth. Thank you. Haley, if you can type into the system. Oh, she's already got it. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Number 1, everything from the cash flows I do not have much exposure yet. Number 1, number 2, it also makes your customers more sticky, if you will. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right, so forth. But good. Thank you for those. Excellent. Okay. All right. Thank you, Haley, on that. Okay. Alex, what about you? What are your 2 takeaways?
I was thinking the lender liability. I hadn't heard that one before. And then also the presentation timing, keeping it, short and 5 minutes. That was a good.
In the loan committee. Good. Excellent. And then Dominic, what about what are your 2 takeaways? Dominic, what are your 2 takeaways, please?
For me personally, the management discussion and just being able to create a narrative and storyline of the management. And then also for me going forward, the presentation, the loan presentation, and how to clear, concise, short, sweet, informative, productive, positive.
Good. Excellent. Thank you for that. These were all very well done. Thank you, everyone. This was excellent in our summary activity. In conclusion, as we started out, please do not hesitate. Send me an email if I can help you. I look forward to also working with each of you this coming month. We've got the 3 classes coming up. Please sign up. And also, if you do us the favor, talk to people in your bank, team members, people in your department. Say, hey, we've got these classes coming up in July, and have encouraged them to go to the MBA's website, Michigan Bankers Association website. With that, thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your day and a great weekend going forward. Thank you, everyone, so much. It was excellent participation. You too. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Goodbye now. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye now. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Stephanie's upstairs. So
oh, great.
thanks
Thank
everybody
you.
for joining us today, and have a good afternoon.
You bet. You too. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Goodbye now. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
I just said thank you and thank everybody. Yeah. It just
Stop recording. See it?